Considering the importance of the workshop topics, we invited four speakers from the United States of America. Due to the time, Due to the time difference between Indonesia and the United States of America, we will proceed to the scientific speech morning sessions prior to the official opening of the workshop. These sessions will be facilitated by Dr. Ferdinand. As the moderator, Dr. Ferdinand is PhD, MNRE is Associate Professor, Department of Geophysics and Meteorology, Bogor Agricultural University, Indonesia since 2002. He was a Fulbright and HDS scholar with more than 10 years experience in the climate change vulnerability, risks, and impact assessment. He has multidisciplinary educational background in geography, Michigan State University 2013, Natural Research Economics, University of Queensland 2007, and Agri-Meteorology IPB University 2002. He is actively involved in research activity, over 50 papers or articles, policy drafting process, and capacity building programs on climate change risk and impact assessment nationally and internationally in the past decade. He is also a technical expert in a number of governance institutions working on climate change, vulnerability, disaster risk, impact, and adaptation. Now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite Dr. Ferdinand to serve as the moderator for the scientific speech morning session. Dr. Ferdinand, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, the host. So, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hopefully, you can hear my voice clearly, over there. So, we already have our speaker here, Professor Daniel Wood from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Professor David Lagomasino from the East Carolina University, and also my former advisor, Professor Julie Winkler from Michigan State University, and our colleague, Professor Rajagopalan Balaji from Colorado University. I also see Pak Konjen is already there. So maybe Pak Konjen, please be with us, because maybe during the floor we might ask your opinion about how to strengthen Indonesian and the US partnership with regards to climate change issue and university collaboration. Without further ado, because I know there is daylight saving, yeah. So I'm expecting it will be like 7 or 8 p.m. in the US, but because of the daylight saving in the eastern, in the East Coast, it will be already 9 o'clock, I think, 9:09. So we just start the floor by requesting Professor Daniel Wood, Director of Space and Naval Research Group, to start the presentation about decision support model and visualization for assessing environmental phenomena, ecosystem services, and policy consequences for sustainable Indonesian seas. So all the speaker, we are trying to insist with the theme of international workshop, Indonesia sees as global climate engine, climate change and coastal resilience. So we do hope there will be like a policy paper or policy brief to attract more foreign scientists to do research in Indonesia. Now, Professor Daniel Wood, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. May I please confirm that you can hear me clearly? Thank you. Thank you so much. I will share my screen, and I look forward to discussing this topic with you to highlight examples of our research, both in Indonesia, as well as in other areas of the world, to ask how we can use combinations of data about the natural environment and about socioeconomic changes to understand what kind of policies we can use, especially for the health and welfare of coastal cities. May I please confirm, are you seeing the slides sharing? The slides are working well. Thank you so much. My name is Danielle Wood, and I work as a professor and researcher at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Our mission statement for my team is that we seek to advance justice in Earth's complex systems using designs enabled by space. And our team is called Space Enabled. We are a group of researchers, including engineers, as well as social scientists. And we also collaborate a lot with earth scientists and with artists and other fields to ensure that we can design systems that take use of space technology to address challenges for life on Earth. The technologies we consider are broad, but today we will focus on the examples of satellite-based Earth observation because we find it very relevant to provide information that is important for the health of coastal regions, especially island nations and archipelagos like Indonesia. But we explore as well the benefits of satellite communication and positioning, and sometimes combining satellite tools from Earth observation, positioning, and communication can give us integrated services. We also consider the benefits of human spaceflight, technology transfer, and fundamental space research. Much of our discussion today is driven by the Sustainable Development Goals, meaning we think this is a useful way to give us all an important checklist to ask, what are the important challenges for today's society that we should work toward together? Sustainable Development Goal number 15 includes many of the topics that are relevant for coastal and island nations, asking how we can help keep our forests and coastal regions and ecosystems healthy. And of course, number 14 talks about the sustainability and biodiversity of the ocean. So today, and in my collaboration with researchers in Indonesia, we are often discussing topics that relate to SDG number 15 and 14. I want to give appreciation that I'm here in part. Thank you to the invitation of Dr. Ferdinand and Professor Yoga Satyawan, who are all here today. And we are often in dialogue asking how we can collaborate our skills and your skills to respond to opportunities for SDG 15 and 14 in Indonesia. So thank you for the invitation. Our team is often asking if we can increase the ease and benefits of using space technology for sustainable development, especially for Sustainable Development Goal 15. And here I'm showing examples of some of the members of my team that work. You'll hear also from Professor Lagavasino, who also works on this topic with us. Just to give an example, we can highlight that NASA operates a large number of satellites that give specialized measurements of what's happening on the ground. And this is very useful for understanding coastal regions and the oceans as well. You see many names of satellites in this picture. Some are useful for measuring the atmosphere, some for the oceans, some for the land. And it's important to specialize or to work with specialists who are familiar with the kinds of data from each satellite to use it for understanding the health of our oceans better and our coastal regions. There are different types of satellites. Some are larger than vehicles and they operate for many years and they give us data, and some categories give data at regional scale or low detail. And there's also a need for information for local scale, especially thinking about island nations. And recently more companies, such as the company Planet, offer data with higher detail in a geographic sense. For example, the Planet satellites aim to take imagery of all the land on Earth every day at 3-meter spatial resolution, which means more detailed imagery, which is very useful for applications. But the best is to combine the data from the traditional satellites and from the more recent commercially available satellite data. Our team tries to do this and bring it into a model that includes 4 steps. We call it EVDT in English, the EVDT framework. It stands for environment, vulnerability, decision, technology. The E model asks what's happening or changing in the environment, especially for coastal areas. We might be exploring how a certain region is increasing its vegetation in the coastal zone, what's happening with biodiversity, or with human experiences of floods and other hazards. The V, or human vulnerability and societal impact aspect, organizes data and modeling, focusing on how humans are affected by environmental changes, including changes due to climate change, as well as other natural hazards. The D section asks what policies are being put in place by governments and people who live in a community to improve the situation. And the T section asks what technology we need to add in order to make the safety and the understanding of the environment better for everyone. So this is a way to organize 4 key questions. What's changing in the environment? How are humans impacted? What policies are being put in place or are being considered? And do we have the right technology to monitor the environment? We are applying these questions and this framework, this methodology, to the work of the policy making that's happening in the region of Pekalongan in Indonesia at the invitation of our research collaborators, as well as the invitation of the city government. I want to acknowledge Seamus Lombardo, who is a PhD student who is doing a lot of this work and regularly collaborating and meeting with our collaborators in Indonesia. These are some examples reminding us of the importance of responding to the flooding and the changes in coastal health in terms of the vegetation and the places where people are living and working. There's a need to consider how sea level rise, as well as changes in the coastal infrastructure, affect people, as well as the ecosystems in this area. And so we want to apply the EVDT to Pekalongan, and we are so thankful for the cooperation of the teams in Indonesia who are helping us. And so we will explore whether policies to reinforce the health of the coast, for example, using mangrove planting or other human infrastructure, will help to reduce flooding hazards, but also improve biodiversity in the area. And we will collaborate with the local teams to find out what kind of socioeconomic variables or measurements are most important to inform the policymaking. This is a very iterative process in which we listen to the concerns of the leadership in the city, and we gradually make changes and add new data sets to this integrated model. And one example is looking at the vegetation. We're looking at both historical data sets from older satellite data, as well as more recent data sets. The graphs you show give examples of the measurements of the health of vegetation in the area. And this is one way to help us think about what's been happening more recently and even several decades ago in terms of having vegetation that protects the health of the coastline. This is a preliminary analysis, but we do see, for example, some of the overall vegetation indicator. When you see the high bars, you see a stronger vegetation signal, and it does seem to be lower in more recent years. And of course, there's a high change in those same time periods. So we want to ask also how this can be improved in the future, and it may lead to healthier coastlines. Another example is using satellite data to look at historical and more recent flooding. And so we can use data from satellites to estimate the occurrence of water and compare it over different time periods and ask what's the impact of vegetation to protect the area from flooding. We have done similar work of the same type in other parts of the world, including in Brazil, in the country of Benin in West Africa, and in Ghana. And in each time, we apply the same technique of E, V, D, and T. And we're trying to improve how everyone on these coastal areas can combine information about the environment, information about coastal regions, and information about policies to have an integrated view of how to make changes that is also helpful for collaboration and discussion with people in the community. We see that part of the benefit of bringing this together is so that the people in government, different national government agencies, as well as local government, can benefit from local resources, such as the LAPAN, which is the National Space Agency and Institute for Aeronautics and Space in Indonesia, as well as cooperation with international organizations like ours. So we are excited to continue this work. And we see, of course, the importance of the coastal communities in Indonesia, where many people are living and depending on the coast for their daily livelihood. And we are excited to collaborate with these communities as they seek to design the kind of future that they'd like to have on the coast. Thank you so much.
I think I just use my
Yes, yes.
better. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ferdinand. I pass it back to you.
Yeah, this is the beauty having the connection. Yeah, it's make us closer wherever you are, but sometimes the connection is distracted. Maybe we just now move with the second speaker. So continuing Professor Daniel, our colleague Professor David Lagomasino from Department of Coastal Studies, East Carolina University, will share about mangrove planning for urban area as the way to reduce the impact of disaster due to climate change. Please, Professor David.
Professor David, I think we
Please
need to
unmute.
unmute.
There we go. My apologies. So again, thank you for the invitation to speak today regarding some of the research that we're doing in terms of looking and using remote sensing data, so satellite data collected around the world to understand these coastal changes and really the importance of these mangrove forests in sort of protecting our coastlines, as well as sort of a climate mitigation tool. So my name is Dr. David Lagomasino. I am from East Carolina University on the East Coast of the United States and in the integrated coastal program. So we focus a lot on understanding how humans and the natural system interact along our fragile coastlines. And so in the diagram I'm showing here is really trying to understand why we're kind of using mangroves as a planning tool in these urban areas. So mangroves are essentially a buffer against strong storms that are coming in, bringing in storm surge. And so these mangrove forests provide this buffer, this shield against our urban areas. And so we're able to sort of reduce this surge that comes from these storms because of these mangroves. So as we start to lose mangroves, we lose that protection. So mangrove ecosystems and many coastal wetlands serve a variety of different ecological purposes, providing shelter and timber to build shelters. They provide nurseries for fisheries, and they're also a primary source of carbon storage. And so really this sort of climate mitigation tool. So if we are losing mangrove forests, we actually emit more carbon into the atmosphere and the potential for increasing warming. But we're also then losing that shield, that protection against the ocean and rising seas, as well as tropical cyclones. But for these coastal areas, the locations are valuable for other things as well. And so we convert these areas to areas of shrimp ponds or rice paddies, or in the case that you see here, transitioning to a salt pond in order to produce salt. So we can capture this on the field, but what's nice about sort of that remote sensing and satellite data is being able to see that at that larger scale, and we can start to quantify how fast those changes are happening around the world. And so in the example I'm showing you here, you can see the mangrove forest of the Sundarbans in Bangladesh in green, and the rice paddies around that in pink and purple. And so you can see how this dynamic of having forest adjacent to livelihoods can impact that role depending on the type of storms and the type of coastal setting. So we can use, again, this satellite data that's been collected now for over 50 years using very similar satellites. So we can then measure that change over time. So we can start to understand rates of change of mangrove forest and what that might mean for changing our shield, or losing, changing that buffer along our coastlines. And so we can use a variety of different satellite information to measure mangrove extent. We can use a timeline to understand where changes have been gained or lost in terms of mangrove forest. But we can also use additional satellite information to measure the elevation or the canopy height, how tall these mangroves are, because that provides an important variable or additional information in understanding how much carbon is being held within the forest, but also how much of a protection it does give us to rising seas and tropical cyclones. So in recent studies, what we're starting to see is, without mangroves in these coastal areas, more people, more land, and more property loss is expected. And so what you're seeing in these graphs here on the left is with and without mangroves. And so without mangroves, we actually increase the number of people exposed and the number of value of property that can be lost because of this reduction in mangrove forest. And so you can see that distribution of people impacted by this loss of mangrove forest. And so using satellite data collected over the last 20 years, we find that humans are actually responsible for about 62% of mangrove losses around the world. The majority of that loss actually comes from the conversion to shrimp ponds, to rice paddies, and to oil palm plantations. And here you can see sort of that breakdown based off of different continents. And so what happens as we start to lose those mangroves, we emit more CO2 into the atmosphere. And so that's what you're seeing here on the left-hand side, is the emissions of CO2 to the atmosphere. So that conversion that we have from mangrove forest to agricultural or commodities releases a lot of CO2, and in that case can potentially start warming the atmosphere, changing climate in particular ways. But what we're actually starting to see is we've had this conversion of mangroves, but now in terms of actually restoring these particular areas, some areas can actually be profitable in terms of a carbon accounting perspective. And so you can start to bring back carbon through these restoration processes to help reduce climate change and air and temperature changes, as well as providing that buffering shield against rising seas and tropical storms. So sort of the main takeaways here are that managing those coastal areas to prevent or reduce that mangrove loss and conversion of mangroves will help to protect our coastlines. But in order to do restoration planning, particularly for urban areas, we need education and proper planning in order to have effective restoration strategies that provide both that important coastal shield against against tropical cyclones, as well as providing a healthy habitat for those ecosystem services that mangroves provide. And with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to chat with you all.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Lagasimo. So now my microphone is much better. The third one, I would like to invite my supervisor, Professor Dr. Julie Winkler, to talk about climate scenario for non-scientists. Please, Professor Winkler, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to participate in the workshop on that. So as Dr. Purdinen mentioned, I'm going to be talking about climate change scenarios, actually a topic that Dr. Purdinen and I have written several papers about. And my goal for this brief talk is to provide you with background information on the characteristics of climate change scenarios to help you interpret and apply scenarios in your own work. Let's see, okay, now we're advancing forward on that. So we all have a responsibility to assist vulnerable populations and systems to prepare for and adapt to climate change, and to do so in a manner that provides robust, actionable information. So to accomplish this, we often conduct climate change assessments to evaluate impacts, vulnerability, and adaptive capacity, with the goal of informing decision-making in an uncertain environment. Assessment strategies are typically categorized as top-down or impacts-based assessments, as shown on the left-hand side of this figure, and bottom-up or vulnerability-focused assessments, as shown on the right-hand side. While the majority of climate change assessments employ a top-down strategy, bottom-up assessments are becoming increasingly popular. Selecting an assessment type is key, as the role of climate change scenarios differs for a top-down versus a bottom-up assessment. Scenarios of the future climate are the starting point of a top-down assessment, as shown in the top box on the left-hand side of the figure. The scenarios are used to assess potential climate change impacts and serve as input to models that simulate the response of an activity or system to climate change. From there, adaptation options are designed and evaluated. In contrast, a bottom-up strategy begins with an assessment of vulnerabilities, sensitivities, and thresholds, or what some refer to as a stress test. Once vulnerabilities have been identified, climate change scenarios can be used to further appraise climate risk or to evaluate adaptation options. Hence, the climate change scenarios appearing in the third box on the right-hand side of the figure. Okay, so often people think of climate change scenario as a projected increase of, say, 2 degrees Celsius in global mean temperature or something similar. However, projected changes in mean temperature over large areas are rarely useful for climate change assessments. Rather, it is essential to select climate variables for climate change scenarios that are relevant to the process or activities being assessed and in the appropriate spatial and temporal scales. For example, I'm currently working on a climate change assessment for potato production in Michigan, where I live, and climate change and the climate change scenarios that are we developing are defined in terms of local heat stress for potato plants, specifically the frequency and persistence of daily mean temperatures greater than 27 degrees Celsius. Although other measures could have been used, such as the number of nighttime hours with high temperatures. Furthermore, our focus is on the 3 stages of physiological development most sensitive to heat stress, shown in the red letters on the figure, rather than the entire growing season. So it's often the input of stakeholder groups that is essential for identifying the appropriate climate variables for climate change scenarios. Okay, so climate change scenarios use an ensemble, climate change assessments use an ensemble of climate change scenarios rather than a single scenario. The ensemble provides a lower bound for the maximum range of uncertainty And numerous authors have argued that suppressing uncertainty surrounding climate change on scenarios is unethical. Ensembles are also necessary to develop robust adaptation strategies that are expected to perform well across a range of possible future conditions. These strategies are preferable to those that are optimal for one scenario, but may perform badly under a different but also probable scenario. Okay. So I included this last figure in the presentation because it's one that was actually drafted by Dr. Ferdinand. So what it's showing is how ensembles of climate change scenarios are typically developed. They're typically developed from multiple global climate models driven with different greenhouse gas emissions concentrations, as shown on the left-hand side of the figure. The climate change scenario ensemble should also include scenarios developed using different techniques for downscaling the relatively coarse resolution of the global climate models to finer spatial scales required by most climate change assessments. The end result is a suite or an ensemble of climate change scenarios shown by the blue curves in the figure that can be fed into response or impact models. These impact models, again, can be very, very useful for translating climate information into changes in management-related variables. The impact models can include hydrologic models, they can include agricultural models, health models, economic models, and so on. Okay, and the outputs then are used in decision-making. The challenge for you, and also the challenge for me, is to communicate the information about the complexity and uncertainty of these outputs that decision makers need for robust and flexible decision-making, but at the same time prevent uncertainty from being equated with lack of consensus and used as a reason for inaction. So I hope this short presentation has provided you with an overview of climate change scenarios. I wish you all the best in your efforts to increase coastal resilience to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Winkler. I'm really pleased to see you are in good healthy. Yes.
That. And you too.
Yes, thank you. The last one, I would like to invite Professor Raja Gopalan Balaji from Colorado University. He will share us about the extreme weather and climate over the coastal areas. Please, Professor Balaji.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Can you all see my presentation?
Yes, it looks great.
Thank you very much, Professor Wood. Yeah. Good evening, good morning there, everyone. And thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me. Excellent talks. The previous three speakers have in sort of setting the stage with the coastal resilience. Mine is going to be complementing their presentations and looking at extremes which affect coastal areas and consequently impact on coastal natural resources like we saw in terms of mangroves and other natural resources that are crucial for resiliency, for building resiliency and sustainability. So quick overview on space-time extremes. These extremes have significant impact all over the world: extreme precipitation, daily stream flow, floods, droughts, and all you're seeing at the bottom is just from a Swiss Re report, which shows the impact in terms of insured losses. Obviously, it's increasing over the years, so not surprising. This is more closer to Indonesia. Right hand is India, where I do quite a bit of work on the Indian monsoon. And also what the highlight of this right panel is essentially that you can have various parts of the countries experiencing different extremes. And and therefore having different kind of impact. And particularly for India, as you can see, it's got a long coastline, both on the west and east, and therefore understanding the extremes that impact or pound these coastlines is really important, and that's also important in other parts as well. Quick example of 2018 floods during the monsoon season in Kerala, which is southwest state, as you can see at the bottom left, top panel, the southwest state, where there was a big meteorological event, but then combined with the coastal maintenance or coastal management rather, with people setting up shops in places where they shouldn't be, combined with also poor water management, you ended up with a much more disastrous outcome in terms of impact than what the precipitation event would have, what one would expect with just the precipitation event itself, which was extreme, but not that extreme. But it's the combination of geography, meteorology, and human factors. And in this case, the coastal management or lack thereof. Another example, this is more close to home, in the eastern side of India, the southeast, Chennai, floods of 2015. My parents' apartment got flooded with 6 feet of water. And this too, again, you had heavy rains, but mismanagement of the coast. In fact, in particular, the coastal mangroves that we just heard a while ago, coupled with mismanagement of water resources in the city, where they did not manage the reservoirs properly, ended up creating a disaster when it should have been a extreme bad event, ended up being a totally disastrous. So I think what I wanted to sort of point out is that understanding these extreme events is really important. And then also model and be able to forecast them. Because once you have these two, then you can then incorporate them in a variety of management scenarios, particularly on the coast. So that's basically what I'm going to focus. Few examples of understanding, and then an example on a methodology for modeling, and I'll conclude. This is the moisture source that you're seeing on the top panel is of the monsoon. Again, this is the monsoon jet coming off of the coast of Somalia onto the Indian subcontinent. The yellow lines are the moist air, and then the blue is the dry, cold air after the moisture is precipitated out. So the interplay between the land and meteorology is very important. So this is just to show moisture pathways of moisture in the upper Midwest here. Summer rainfall, again, notice that very distinct. The right panel shows the moisture for extreme events, and then the left panel shows the moisture for all events. And again, notice that, sorry, the bottom is the extreme events, and notice that the extreme events, the moisture comes a long way, in this case from the Gulf of Mexico to the upper Midwest. So again, understanding that trajectory, the pathway is really important. And this is done using a model called High Split, which is freely available, it's open source. And again, this is to show that these trajectories, when there is a big event, extreme event, usually you have signatures that goes back a day one, day two prior in terms of atmospheric circulation that sets things up and that brings the moisture. And so this is, again, this is in the Southwest US. Notice that if you're closer to Arizona, a lot of moisture coming from the Pacific and Gulf of Mexico. And then if you're in New Mexico, which is the right panel, rightmost, moisture coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. This is a student of mine did a while ago, different seasons, different parts of the Western United States. And again, notice the different sources of moisture and different pathways of moisture. And all of this is to indicate that extremes, really understanding moisture delivery mechanism is important, because that you can then incorporate in any planning and management scenario. So having given you like a quick whirlwind tour of moisture sources from some of our work, now the next question is how do you want to model or forecast these extremes? And for this, in recent years, we have been working on using Bayesian paradigm. And so basically, Bayesian paradigm is sort of how our brain typically works. You have some preconceived notions of certain things. You look at observations. Once you get those observations, you update your prior knowledge and you get what is known as posterior. And Reverend Thomas Bass was the first person in 1700s. He was a minister who also was putting out all these exciting probability theories, which now are being used widely in incorporating and capturing the uncertainty. This is just a survey of some of the things that we have used Bayesian methods for. And so again, feel free to look at them, and happy to chat, or we can have an offline discussion. I'll just show one example and end. This is using these methods for forecasting daily stream flow in India, in a basin that is in the Western India. And what you're seeing here again, the moisture pathways. Notice that this is the floods that occurred in this basin, and you can see the basin in that red blob. Moisture comes largely from the Arabian Sea, and notice that how structured the moisture is. So in other words, when you want to get a big flood event, atmosphere is organized itself to deliver that big punch of moisture, which then results in flood. This is the basin, Western India. The basin drains into Arabian Sea. The river, which is the Narmada River, one of the largest river in West Central India. And we developed a Bayesian hierarchical model that sort of exploits the network structure of the river. So basically, at each location, the flow on a particular day is dependent on information from above, and likewise. So that way, you capture the dependence, the spatial dependence on the network, because water from the upstream gauge goes to the next gauge and so on. So you are able to capture that. And you are also incorporating precipitation and other covariates in there. What we also incorporated is physical models, output from physical models. And in this case, it could even be coastal flooding models, but this happens to be a hydrologic model where they produce a single trace of flow in the river. And you can incorporate those output into this Bayesian model as sort of covariates, and then produce posterior ensemble distribution of stream flow at every location on each day. And then you can use that coupled with your river channel information to look at flood level, the stage, and then planning purposes, whether to evacuate and so forth. So this is just to show that these are at different locations. Gardeshwar, Handia, Sandhya, those are those points I showed there. And again, highlighting that simply using the physical model, which is the WIC model, versus this Bayesian combination, which provides you with the nice ensemble. And it also corrects some of the issues with just the single trace physical model. And this is to show that the skills are really good compared to the physical model. This is the last slide. This shows our forecast for this particular season, this current monsoon season, which is June to September. And this one is for July, for the month of July. And the green or the green line is what comes from the physical model. And then the blue lines and the gray regions are the ensembles and the distribution from the Bayesian model. So the point being that you can incorporate a single trace information, combine it to produce ensemble which captures robustly all aspects of the uncertainty. So what are some future extensions? The Bayesian hierarchical modeling approach offers a very attractive framework for modeling extremes, both in space and time. Also has the ability to incorporate qualitative information like expert opinions on things. Also provides robust estimates of uncertainties. You can also extend it to various other applications with quite easily. So I will stop there. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity and also for all the speakers before mine for a very interesting presentation, and look forward to an interesting discussion as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Balazi. So I'm really thanks to all the speaker to stick with the time. Now we are in 8:55, I know maybe it's almost 10 o'clock, yeah, in the US. So I don't want to like took over all your sleeping time. So maybe before we start, I want to invite Pak Konjen is still here. Pak Konjen from Houston.
Hadir.
Yeah, please, Pak Konjen,
Present.
give me your direction, impression, or whatever to strengthen Indonesian and US partnership. As your information through AMINEF, actually there is a number of initiative now, including visiting professors to go to the US. So we really want to open up the opportunity to a wider Indonesian citizen as much as we can. Please, Pak Konjen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferdinand. I want to say thank you to all the organizers, Siameo, Siameo and Beatrop for organizing this amazing event. I want to especially say hi to Professor Daniel Wood. It's great to see you again. I know it's about almost 11 p.m. in the East Coast in Michigan, but for us in Houston, it's still 9 o'clock. I want to recognize Professor Balaji, Professor David Lago Masino, and of course, Professor Winkler. And let me also congratulate the organizers for having about 228 participants tonight. I notice here you have some from Ambon, USU, Sydney Morning Herald, MOEF, UNSUD, UNDRAM, the Philippines, and of course, friends from the Siameo Secretariat in Bangkok. For me, as the representative of the Indonesian government, I think this event is very timely. And as I follow the presentation by Professor Wood and Professor Winkler and Professor Balagi, I think Indonesia, as you can see, has many very distinguished researchers like Professor Dr. Ferdinand and even Dr. Yoga here. But for me, I want to echo one point, Mr. Ferdinand, is that for Indonesia, as the largest maritime and archipelagic nation, with the fourth largest coastline, with about 91,000 kilometers or about 60,000 miles, where we have 1/5 of the world mangrove. And at the G20 next year, climate change and sustainable development is our priority. As the chair of ASEAN in 2023, also this issue is important, and I think we have the ASEAN-US partnerships in which Indonesia is chairing. We have so much to propose, Dr. Ferdinand, and I think at this point, I just want to give hope and inspiration to those Indonesian researchers. At the technical level, the Consular General can play a significant role. We want to have more collaboration between universities and universities. We want to have more researchers and researchers, and we will invite you to come to the US. And of course, we will hope to have more solid collaboration with MIT, as mentioned by Professor Woods. She mentioned Pekalongan again. My officer here in Houston is from Pekalongan, and I hope we can follow up on that one. But one thing I hope that we can do is, as we discuss on the climate change and Indonesia's sea coast, we must remember that by 2050, Indonesia and the US will be two of the biggest economies in the top 5 range. I hope, Professor Winkler, as you encourage your student, Mr. Ferdinand, to continue bringing more students to the US, we can become partners or we can be competitors. And I hope we'll be not the latter, because as you know, the geoeconomics and geopolitics is always developing. The space race or the space development is a priority for the government. I'm looking forward to the discussion on nanotechnologies, in which I think Professor Wood mentioned in her previous speech. We hope to bring more in 2021 to 2024, Professor Mr. Ferdinand. However, how we, the government, can facilitate more interaction with people like Professor Wood, Professor Balagi, and Professor Lago Masino, and especially Professor Winkler. I'm sure you're very proud of your student here. Much can be done. I'm sure that the Consulate General and the government can facilitate more engagement. But I will leave my contact details. I'm planning to have a special scholarship for those Indonesian students who want to go to the US to meet with Professor Woods. I'm eager to bring them to meet with you, Professor Woods. I know the conditions in the US, it's easier than going to Australia because there's no quarantine. And Indonesia, we're slowly loosening that. I hope we can, from the Consul General, bring more of your friends to your universities. That's all, Pak Ferdinand. I will give my details, but I hope we'll keep the 228 participants tonight. This is a topic too important to ignore, and we're lucky to have Professor Woods and Professor Winkler, who is almost approaching midnight here listening to us, and especially Professor Balagi and Professor Lago Masino. Thank you for your time. The government is ready to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Konjen. And I want to invite Pak Yoga to tell about the initiative between the US and Indonesia on the research. Pak Yoga, please.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ferdinand. I really appreciate for your work to organize this event. And then I really appreciate also for the presentation or the contribution of the previous presenters, Prof. Daniel Wood and Professor Balaji, and then Prof. Winkler. I'm sorry if I mispronounced. Professor Winkler from Michigan State University. I graduated from Michigan State University also. And then I met Dr. Ferdinand. I think I went to your office also, but to Dr. Ferdinand office in your lab also. But I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Hopefully I can see you next time at MSU or in Indonesia. Yes, we have initiated the research collaboration between several Indonesian universities and MIT under sponsorship of the Ministry of Research and Innovation previously. Now it's under the Ministry of Education. Hopefully we will have more researchers from Indonesia join us because this is kind of initiative to have more collaboration, not just between universities, but also with the government, with the many stakeholders in Indonesia to cope the effect of climate change, especially now we focus the prototype or the model hopefully will be useful for other places in Indonesia and other places in the world. The government of Pekalongan. I would like to thank you to Prof. Daniel for her support. I'm sorry here the connection probably very at this time is low, so I will get back to Dr. Ferdinand. Thank you for the opportunity to meet all of you. Hopefully this event will be fruitful for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Yoga. Now we are moving to the question and answer session. There are a number of questions in chat box, particularly to Professor Winkler. Please, Professor Winkler, to respond. The question is more leaning toward how to provide a better climate change projection for impact assessment. And then another one from NTU, National Technology of University of NTU in Taiwan, is more about the correlation. Please, Professor Winkler.
Well, thanks to Arif and also to Lena for these questions. So starting with the first question is that trying to develop climate change scenarios for very short time periods is difficult because there's so much uncertainty associated with the models at that scale on that. So in my own work, I usually don't work with climate change projections until I'm out about 20 years or 50 years or so on that. So I don't think that you would gain much by including a climate change scenario in a 5-year planning period, on my opinion on that, okay? So, and to Lena, the plant scientists that I work with on potatoes that are concerned about how changes in soil temperature are going to affect then soil microbial activity. And in Michigan too, we store our potatoes for later processing. And the potatoes sit in the field from maturity until they're harvested and put into storage on that. And so there is a chance then, of course, of having disease and affecting then the storage. So that is a concern, and it's not been looked at much detail, and would be something considerable interest, I think, to the potato industry worldwide. I hope I answered. So
Yes.
I can join
Yes,
what
please,
Professor Winkler
Professor
just
Balaji.
mentioned. She's absolutely right in terms of not using or the climate change scenarios not being very helpful for shorter timescale, like 5 to 10 years. In fact, we have an example here. Probably you might have all heard or read, is the Colorado River water supply, which is dwindling fast. And there are climate change projections, but then what is really important and necessary is the projections at 5 to 10 year timescale, where the climate change projections are not very helpful. In fact, we even call that as a climate hole, because you have good seasonal or weather forecast, and then you have climate change projections for 100 years out. But decisions are made more in the 5 to 10 year realm, and there not many tools are there. In fact, it's an area of active research. That's where there's a lot of interesting applications of climate model, the decadal forecasts that are being produced. So combining those with some statistical modeling approaches, and even I would say paleo data, would really be helpful at that time scale. I mean, you can look at climate change projections, but they are more useful, as Professor Winkler said, for longer time. So if you're making any investment right now on infrastructure, say, for example, that's going to last for 50, 100 years, then that's useful. But if you have a infrastructure that you want to manage and plan for next 5 to 10 years, you need more of the decadal type projection, which is slightly different from the climate change.
and an area of considerable interest amongst funding agencies right now to develop seasonal to multi-year forecasts. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And on the Colorado River, that's one of the things that we've been working on is decadal timescale, 5 to 10 year out.
Mm-hmm.
Professor Daniel, can you respond to the question? You can follow up or add the answer, or respond to the new one is about flood early warning system in Pekalongan. I think this is also relevant with Professor Lagasimo, right? Because we are working together in this area, right? Please, Professor Daniel and Professor Lagasimo.
Thank you. I do agree. I would like to invite Professor David Lagamasino to also respond. I think there's one more question also for you. But of course, it's very interesting to hear that you are working on a flood early warning system in Pekalongan. And yes, I think you are talking about where to put the location. And I agree. Of course, I don't want to give an answer yet on the question is what is the major cause? I think there's a longer work to be done, but just in other work I've done with a hydrologist based here at MIT, we're considering the combination of gradual sea level rise happening in the same time as tidal patterns, also with storms. So we want to explore, is it because those three things sometimes combine, where there's overall global sea level rise alongside of tidal patterns, alongside of storms? Or perhaps there's the case where sometimes there's flooding known as the rainy day flood, where it's actually, there's no rain, but still because of the infrastructure, the tidal floods cause a problem. So I think this is something we don't have the answer, but we have some theories. Let me invite David also to comment on these angles.
Sure, I'll start with the flooding first. I mean, this is, as Professor Wood was saying, that this is a combination of multiple things that are happening in terms of that impact. So you have, sea level rise that has been increasing in recent years, and we are seeing a bit of an acceleration. I will say I speak more to that for the East Coast of the United States. We are seeing an acceleration. And actually, we were just about to experience our king tide. So really twice per year, we start to see even elevated higher high tides that are, as Professor Wood was saying, those sunny day floods. So we will be measuring those flood events during this coming week in terms of what we call king tides. In part of Pekalongan as well is that you're also dealing with a bit of subsidence. So groundwater extraction is also then kind of changing the water content and geology underneath, and actually allowing those sediments to settle. So the elevation of the land is going down as also sea level rise is going up. So you have sort of a combination of those two different processes going on.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lagasimo. Is
Al-
there,
Also,
I also
the-
see there is Pak Balok there. Pak Balok is from KKP. Pak Balok, can you hear me? Yes, Pak Balok, can you please respond or provide some insight with regards to the coastal resilience? Because I know you also working here. Pak Balok is one of the high official at KKP, Ministry of Fisheries. Please, Pak Balok. You are not there. Okay, maybe we can move with Pak Arif. I see Pak Arif Wibowo from Ministry of Environment. So we just try to bring the discussion with the decision maker. I saw the time will be 9:15 on my watch. We will end, and now it's 9:10. Maybe I want to hear a couple of response from the policymaker. Pak Arif, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, please, Pak Arif.
Thank you, Dr. Ferdinand. I think it's a very great event this morning, and we are working on strengthening our capacity in terms of scientific issues. How can we support in the process of mainstreaming the climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction in the Indonesian development? Maybe you're already aware that we already submitted our updated NDC, and we also already published our long-term strategy and LCCR 2050. But again, it's still very umbrella. We need to translate into lower level, into action level. That's we still need to have more methodologies, more measures, and indicators. Actually, it's very critical point because many questions related to how to measure climate change adaptation achievement, and some questioning about the resilience, climate resilience. Also, it's our struggle to provide this. But I think from this event maybe can provide some clues how can we proceed with the challenges. Thank you, Dr. Ferdinand and the speakers, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I gonna invite our director, my beloved brother, Dr. Julhamsa Imran, maybe is in the chat room any more question? For all the student or academician who maybe would like to come and do studies, please welcome. So there is a question from Heri Daulay to Professor Lagasimo, and Professor Daniel asking already answer. Yeah, some areas Indonesia explaining about coastal abrasion. So please, Professor Lagasimo, respond to this question.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I actually just followed up in the chat regarding this. And so when we think about mangrove restoration, part of that is making sure that we are using the correct species and planting the correct species in the correct locations. Part of that is also understanding the hydrology of your system. So part of this is making sure you have the right information, the right data to inform your planting or restoration strategy. Planting isn't necessarily the best way as well to address mangrove restoration. And so I put a link in the chat some colleagues at the Mangrove Action Project have been excelling in this type of mangrove restoration efforts. And so they've done a lot of research and worked hand in hand with communities around the world to improve the way we do mangrove restoration. And so understanding how the community is using those mangroves, understanding the hydrology, the species and what species should be planted at certain times in certain locations. All of them want certain conditions that help them thrive. And so making sure that that information is included in the restoration plan will help to improve the outcomes of that mangrove restoration.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Lagomasino. As the time is very limited, and I don't want to make you feel sleepy, Professor Daniel, Professor Winkler, and Professor Balaji. So I just want to sum up because in the morning session we have the scientific speech, and the follow-up will be high policy discussion with many Indonesian high officials. And in the afternoon session, we're gonna have the UNEP representative and also Southeast Asia representative to discuss about this issue. So the scientific morning session will be a base to discuss for policy and action in the follow-up session. And thanks to our Pak Andre Omer from the Congen of Houston, talking about G20 next year. ASEAN, as our Siamia Biotrop, is working with the 11 member countries in ASEAN. So this is very good opportunity for us. And Indonesia is very aggressive actually in combating climate change. We already put in our RPJMN priority number 6. That is about disaster and climate change. And we also just submitted, I think like 2 months ago, the LTS 2050, long-term strategy of Indonesia in combating climate change up to 2050, already signed by our President Jokowi. And also the national determined commitment of Indonesia, we call it NDC, National Determined Contribution 2030, also already submitted to UNFCCC. And this is the updated of those who have submitted in 2016. So our government is really leaning toward, and Bapenas will also already issue the new recent release climate resilience development and low carbon initiative. So and we will have those folk after this session, Professor Daniel, Professor Balaji, Professor Winkler, and Professor Lagomasino. So it's really interesting. The last one, I also just to let you know, because we discussed about the funding, right? Luckily now I'm one of the international reviewer for a Green Climate Fund. We know there is a big initiative now around the world with regard to Green Climate Fund. So hopefully in support of our Congen and all universities in the US and also in Indonesia, as now we try to connect with many universities in Indonesia. That's why ITB, Undip, Unsud is part of this collaboration, and maybe we want to expand with other university as well. So without further ado, I just want to summarize the synthesis, policy, action, and community that we discussed today. Maybe can you just show up the slide presentation? Okay. I cannot see clearly, but it's okay. So Professor Daniel Wood, Professor Winkler, Professor Balaji, and Professor Lagomasino provide many details in the left and the right-hand side. That is the critical points or the key points that we have to consider. From Professor Daniel Wood is more about the model connection of policy and action. And from Professor Winkler is really decision-making process, how we use the climate change scenario. Professor David Lagomasino stressing about how we need to preserve our ecosystem by using the mangrove as the examples. And Professor Balaji saying mismanagement of the cities. So I remember when I'm reviewing one proposal from World Bank, when they want to really work on the coastal areas by taking up a number of big cities in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. and also the recent initiative from Pegasus to working on coastal resilience by taking out the Coral Triangle initiative. So the take-home message is the sixth box in the middle column. Coastal areas in many countries. So it means that we have to work together because it's not only about Indonesia. Indonesia is the big one. That's why we want to promote Indonesian seas. But also along the coastline, there are many countries. It can be impacted community livelihood. So we really need to think about it. So how to do it? Education and proper planning. That's the key point. And luckily, our beloved Siamia Biotrop is under the Ministry of Education, Culture, and Research and Technology. So maybe we can escalate this kind of discussion. Adaptation strategies, that's the powerful message. And Indonesia already now even drafting a more stronger regulation how to escalate adaptation strategies in our national policy agenda. Complexity and uncertainty, indeed, when you talk about the future, who knows, right? But we still need to live hand in hand and foot to foot together to complete all what we need. So all of those requires comprehensive management strategies. So we have to look at from many angles, from different angles to come up with a feasible solution. So everybody can save the planet Earth. To my last, I would like to invite our director, Dr. Jonal Hamzah Imran. He is my really beloved brother. And I also want to thank Professor Arif Daryanto for bringing. Okay, now the time is yours, Pak Jul Hamzah Imran.
Maksudnya yang terbuka. Iya, yang sekarang tuh lagi bagian tuh glamping. Jadi tenda apa?
Thank you, my beloved brother, Dr. Ferdinand. Yeah, he's still young but really attractive. Yeah, he want to inspire around Southeast regional country, but also especially in Indonesia. Yeah, but we know that Indonesia is one of the big country which has the mega biodiversities, not only in the terrestrial and also by the ocean, especially in the coastal area. So yeah, we need to do something. We need to do together. So due to our discussion today, I would like to share just small presentation to all of you. Yeah, of course, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Legamo, Professor Daniel Wood, Professor Julie, Professor Balaji, who can attend and share knowledge about the climate change, how dangerous, how extremely dangerous to our coastal area, including the coastal biodiversities. So yeah, we need to know more information in what the scenario in the future, how to save not only the biodiversity but also our lands. Because we know that Indonesia is one country is really high risk to take impact and risk by climate change. As a blame by the human, but we know that not only the climate change, because of our biodiversity loss. I just want to give a little bit of some framework. What semio-biotrop transformation on research, training, and dissemination services due to the climate change and biodiversities. Just quickly, I just want to share what I have got from this discussion. Even just short discussion, only 1 hour, but it's really interesting for us. We know that due to my experiences when I appointed as a director of the Marine and Fisheries in the Rehabilitation and Restoration Bureau agency in Aceh Nias. So a natural disaster is the big one is the tsunami. Followed by the earthquake. We know that how many biodiversity is calculated loss. At the time, 2004. You know that the end of 2004 we got the huge tsunami around the world. And then But others one is anthropogenic factor. Yeah, we know that human made. Yeah, we know that at least in the coastal, in the north part of the coastal Jakarta, for example, yeah, the human want to converse from the sea to the land area. Yeah, because there's some small island man-made. Yeah. Yeah, but nobody knows sometimes what happened after that small island made. Yeah, we know that flood will be increased. So finally, the loss of the Muara Gembong land coastal area, they blame because of the climate change. Yeah, we know that we realize that the climate change is one factor can be impacted to our land loss, but there are many factors, anthropogenic factors. It also can increase our temperatures to the atmosphere. Yeah, and then I just want to mention about the mega disruption, the climate change. Yeah, even the USA agreed, and around the world agree. Yeah, we know that the COP, yeah, COP 26, for example, we agree that we need to maintain not more than 1.5 previous pre-industry. Yeah, many people know that the coastal ecosystem has the interesting role. Yeah, interesting role. Yeah, interesting role to not to for economy, for also for the ecosystem services. But now increasing impact and risk up of the upland of biodiversity, and also increase impact and the risk of the coastal and east biodiversity. The, due to the information, the mangrove lose 2% per year, and then seagrass lose 1.5% per year, and then also loss of the coastal terrestrial area. So what the semi-biotrop address? We try to promote the three flagship program, and the first one is restoration and conservation ecosystem. Yeah, and the third one is sustainable use of the biodiversity, bioenergy, and ensure food security and safety. Yeah, because yeah, we know that we need to feed the people around the world. Yeah, so Biotrop stand up over there. Yeah, and then the third one is how to strengthening resiliency to against climate change. Yeah. Yeah, so we have the one tagline, Node, save biodiversity from mountain to the ocean. Yeah, we need to make a connection between the mountain to the ocean. What is it? It is coastal. So why we discuss about the coastal resiliencies. Yeah. Finally, yeah, because of we have the mandate to conduct it to conduct research, capacity building, knowledge management. Yeah, we know that nowadays we have the model learning for education. Also, we have the innovation product, and also we have also information dissemination. So, what next? We need to do how to establish the statistic of biodiversity. We need to do tropical biodiversity center. Tropical biodiversity center. This is my dream, our dream. Shape red tree, climate change literacy and education, how to integrate to the curriculum of the education, and finally, how to develop alternative community livelihood development. That all for my brief, yeah, what Siam Metrop can be done in the future, yeah, because we know our future is our target of the legacy. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Pak Julhamsa Imran, for the closing and brief presentation. This is really embrace everything that we are discussing now. So now we are ending the closing session. We would like to provide the virtual certificate to all the speakers, and also I'm really thanks to remind my friend Professor Yanto from Unsud and my other colleague Bu Nita and the rest who are also part of our team in Indonesia. So now is the closing session, and I will give it back to the host. Thank you very much, and see you in the next opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ferdinand, for facilitating the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, To memorize our precious occasion, now may we invite to take a picture. Please turn on your camera. Okay, I will lead the photo session. For the first slide, 1, 2, 3. The next slide. Thank you. And now the certificate of appreciation to our speakers will be presented virtually. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the official opening ceremony of the workshop. Therefore, may we welcome Honorable the Consul General of the Indonesian Embassy in Houston, United States of America, the Simeo Biotrop Governing Board from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. Respected Director of IPB University, currently the Simeo Biotrop Board Member from Indonesia. The Simeo Secretariat Deputy Director for Program and Development. Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri, MS, the Minister of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia, period 2001 until 2004. Representative of Simeo Regional Center and Network, distinguished guests of honor, Simeo Biotrop Board of Directors, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Simeo Biotrop, may we express our sincere gratitude for your willingness spending your valuable time with us. Proceeding the opening ceremony agenda, may we present the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please rise. Thank you. Kindly remain standing for the presentation of semiocolors. Thank you. Please be seated. Now may we present Simeo song.
Rise to the call of the times and create the stronger tomorrow. Let's start to make a difference, teaching everyone to learn through science, health, and technology. We will share our expertise by promoting knowledge and technologies. We can build a better world. We'll achieve our goals through partnerships, creating opportunity by working hand in hand. We can accomplish all our dreams for a better quality of life. Is now within our reach. Let us take a step for a vision so bold, bringing future trends for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and peace. Here at Symbio, the future is our legacy. Let us take a step for our vision so
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Simeo colors and Simeo songs are mandatory in the center's event. Now, may we move to the next agenda with the report by the workshop coordinator, Mrs. Dewi Suryani, SPMM, CPNLP. Please, Ms. Dewi, to present the report.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable the General Director of Climate Change Control of the Ministry of Environment and Forest Indonesia, Honorable the General Secretary of Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology Indonesia, Honorable Consulate General of the Indonesia Embassy in Houston, United States of America, Deputy of Environment and Forestry Coordination of the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Deputy for Maritime Affairs and Natural Resource, Ministry of National Development Indonesia, Acting of Head of Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology Indonesia, Board of Director of Simeo Baitrop, Minister of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia, period 2001 until 2004. Head of Climate Change Information Center, Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Agency, Simeo Baitrop Governing Board members from 11 Southeast Asian countries. Marine Research Center, Agency for Research and Human Resources Development, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Indonesia, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance Indonesia, Director of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia, Director of Center for Nature-Based Climate Solutions, National University of Singapore, UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center, Environmental Policy Advisor 3GI, Head of Bapeda Pekalongan City, Central Java, Indonesia, Director of Early Warning National Disaster Management Agency, the speakers from universities in USA and Indonesia, Director of Space Enabled Research Group MIT Media Lab, Director of Pacific Marine Environmental Lab, or PMEL, Board of Directors Simeo Secretariat and Simeo Center Directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes to all of us. It is an honor for me as the workshop coordinator to deliver coordinator reports at the opening ceremony of the International Workshop on Indonesia Sea as Global Climate Engine, Climate Change and Coastal Resilience, which will be last for 2 days. This workshop was conducted to increase public knowledge and understanding of the Indonesian Sea as a driver of the global climate change impacts and adaptation actions, as well as to increase the interaction between governments, universities, practitioners, and development partners to manage coastal disaster towards coastal resilience. So that through this international workshop, we hope that there will be a transfer of knowledge and an increase in public understanding about the importance of realizing coastal resilience. In addition to that, we will prepare a working paper at the end of the workshop. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, thank God, finally the number of participants who registered for this workshop activity reached almost 500 people, comes from government institutions, private sectors, research centers, NGOs, schools, universities, and others. This workshop consists of several sessions, namely scientific speech morning sessions, parallel sessions, and talk show on the last day. The discussion format for each session will consist of a brief, coherent, and clear explanation about the views of the speakers on the main points of the discussions. Responses from the panelists, responses from the moderator, and responses to the questions and suggestions from the workshop participants. Each discussion component has its time limit. Meanwhile, the resource person who will share knowledge at the workshop are experts in the field of climate change, comes from ministries, academics, and NGOs, both from national and abroad. On this occasion, allow me, as the workshop coordinator, to express my gratitude to all of the resource persons. I would also like to express my gratitude to Director of IPB University, Bandung Institute of Technology, Diponegoro University, Jenderal Sudirman University, College of Vocational Studies IPB University, PREA, and the Director and Deputy Director of Simeo Beatrop for their kindly support for the implementation of this international workshop. To the entire committee, I would like to thank you for your hard work so that this workshop can be held properly. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we tried to organize this workshop as best as we can. But if it turns out that there are still very shortcomings, we apologize profusely. Those are the things that we need to report in the opening of this international workshop. Hopefully, this workshop can run well and you all have a very fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Miss Dewi. Ladies and gentlemen, now may we have the pleasure to invite Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran, the Director of Simeo Biotrop, to present his welcome remarks and officially open the International Workshop on Indonesia Sea as Global Climate Engine, Climate Change and Coastal Resilience.
Thank you, Tami. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the Secretary General of Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic Indonesia, Your Excellency, Acting of Head Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology of the Republic Indonesia, Honorable Consulate General of the Indonesia Embassy in the Houston, United States of America, Deputy of Environment and Forestry Coordination of the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, of course, my friend, Director of IPB University, currently the Simeo Biotrop Board Member from Indonesia, Deputy for Maritime Affairs and Natural Resources, Ministry of National Development, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries period 2001-2004, Head of the Climate Change Information Center, Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysical Agency, respective Simeo Biotrop Governance Board Member, respective Marine Research Center, Agency for Research and Human Resources Development, Ministries of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia, the General Director of the Climate Change Control of the MOEF, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, Director of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Indonesia, Director of Center for Natural-Based Climate Solution, National University of Singapore, UNEP, World Conservation Monitoring Center, Environmental Policy Advisor, GGGI, Head of Bapeda Pekalongan City, Director of Early Warning National Disaster Management Agency, the speaker from universities in USA, in Indonesia, and also from China, Director of Space Enablers Research Group, MIT Media Laboratory, Director of Pacific Marine Environmental Simeo Center Directors, Deputy Director, and staff, of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to International Workshop on Indonesian Sea as Global Engine, Climate Change, and Coastal Resiliencies. This activity is held in collaboration between Simeo Biotrop and IPB University and will be conducted on 7 to 8 October 2021 in International Conference Center in Bogor. Yeah, we know that the climate change is one of the real threats and the real challenge for the human, the biodiversity and ecosystem from the mountain to the ocean. It has a major impact on increasing disaster with resource in the safety of life and the extent of biodiversity. As we know that biodiversity has a very important role in the survival of life and the environment. Biodiversity refers to the various life forms that exist on the earth, including animal, plants, microorganisms, and the entire ecosystem that live in the world. Without biodiversity, there would be no beautiful ecosystem, nor the world, nor human being. Biodiversity is created for human to take care and enjoy. Biodiversity is one of the huge gifts from God to the human welfare. Biodiversity is one of huge gift from God to human welfare. At the time when many biodiversity ecosystems are at risk of extinction impacts on climate change, this also means that millions of humans are also under threat because many of them have link with human health and prosperity. What we call as ecosystem services, that is the way it is very important that we meet here today, we speak and discuss this crucial topic. Ladies and gentlemen, over 5 decades, Simeo Biotrop has a significant and activist contribution to biodiversity and ecosystem conservation. With our 3 program trusts, restoration of the great ecosystem, and then we care of sustainable management of intensive use ecosystem or landscape, and conservation and sustainable use of unique ecosystem on landscape of high biodiversity. Thus, we focus on promoting the notion of safe biodiversity by understanding the ASEAN Proposed Vision 2050 for the post-2020. Global biodiversity framework is living in harmony with nature implies that we need to reform the world as we know it to one that we wish for it to be. In order to implement concrete action to save biodiversity and respond the threat of climate change, Simeo Biotrop conducted a refocusing program and priorities area. The refocusing flagship program consisted of ecosystem restoration and conservation, and then sustainable use of biodiversity, bioenergy, biotechnology, and ensuring food security and safety. And finally, how to strengthening resiliency against global climate change. On this occasion, I would like to invite all workshop participants who are present today to work together in saving biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, biodiversity is an essential part of the solution to the climate change. In a landmark study published in 2017, nature can provide at least 30% of the emission reduction needed by 2030 to prevent climate catastrophe. That's why protecting biodiversity will play an important role in achieving this emission reduction. Some ecosystems, such as mangrove and seagrass, are very good at storing carbon and keeping it away from the atmosphere, which contribute to the climate change. In addition, forests and wetland ecosystem provide important buffer for the extreme weathers and floods and flood associated with the climate change as well. These ecosystems are complex, which mean the function best and are more resilient to the impact of climate change when all parts of the ecosystem are in place, meaning biodiversity remains intact and should be saved. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the rapid socioeconomic and environmental change occurring around the world, Simeo Biotrop believe that it needs to undertake a transformation and refocusing a flagship program to strengthening its visibility, contribution, and role in the shaping biodiversity. The transformation is significantly influenced by the global, regional, and national concern for climate change, poverty alleviation, supporting food and nutrition, security and safety. As part of the Sustainable Development Goal, however, this will means nothing without cooperation. Once again, without cooperation with all stakeholders in shaping biodiversity. Collaboration activities with national, regional, and international institutions would be key to achieve of the goal, as I mentioned of the SDGs number 17. Finally, I would like to say thank you for your governing board, IPB University, West Java government, committees, and all of you who have supported the implementation of the international workshop on Indonesia Sea of Global Engine, Climate Change, and Coastal Resilience. I believe by working hard, working smart, and working sincerely, we can realize what we aspire to. Enjoy this international workshop, and for this occasion, I would like to declare that this international workshop officially open by mention Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may we have the honor of inviting Professor Arif Satria, Director of IPB University, to present the special remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Secretary General of Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, all speaker from Kemenkomarves, Bapenas, KLHK, Kemenkeu, from BRIN, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan, BMKG, LPDP, and all distinguished speakers from worldwide universities, MIT, MSU, from Colorado, Xiamen, ECU, and Honorable the Director of CMO and all participants. Today is one of the best time for us to discover the vibrance of the biodiversity in Indonesia and other countries, especially in Southeast Asia that are influenced by global climate change. Indonesia and other countries around the world already made a commitment to combat the impacts of global climate change. Globally, under Paris Agreement, the target is to reduce greenhouse gases emission to prevent the increase of Earth temperature below 2 degrees Celsius. Indonesia, for example, already ratified the Paris Agreement into law number 16, 2016, and submitted to the UNFCCC the country commitment articulated in the Document of National Determined Contribution, or NDC 2030, Indonesia Long-Term Strategy of Low Carbon and Climate Resilience to 2050. The document of NDC Roadmap and Pembangunan Berketahanan Iklim have also been issued to endorse action on climate change. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the issue of coastal and marine disaster due to climate change is closely related to the relationship between the oceans and the atmosphere. The oceans are one of the carbon reservoirs in the atmosphere, including dissolved inorganic carbon and living and non-living marine biota. Furthermore, the oceans and the atmosphere are beneficial for the distribution of energy received by the Earth, so-called as distribution of solar energy, which varies from region to region, depending on the latitude and longitude of its position. On a global scale, Indonesian seas certainly have close relationship with the global climate, which has caused the climate variability, which directly affect Indonesian sea. Climate variability affects fish catch dynamics, and extreme climate events have already had significant and potentially irreversible adverse effect on habitat-forming species such as coral, seagrass, and mangrove. Climate change impacts are especially severe for coral reefs, which are projected to decline by 70 until 90% at global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, and to disappear almost entire at 2 degrees Celsius. Ongoing and future change to terrestrial, aquatic, and marine systems have significant implications for the continued provisions of goods and services that may be critical to coastal community resilience. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as the governing board chair of CMO Beatrop and also director of IBB University, I promoted the program called Agro-Maritime 4.0. This program is a framework that aims to contribute to agriculture and marine affairs. And Agro-Maritime 4.0 is part of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 in broad sense that is directed to optimally use natural resources from terrestrial and marine for better society. The first goal of Agro-Maritime 4.0 is to improve the quality of the agricultural and marine sectors. I believe that Agro-Maritime 4.0 is one of the innovative ideas to address climate change, especially climate change risk on community livelihood. The second goal of Agro-Maritime 4.0 is to improve the farmers and fishermen's welfare in the agricultural and marine sectors. Additionally, Indonesia biodiversity is also one of the target of for Agro-Maritime, and the optimal implementation of Agro-Maritime 4.0 program can assist in keeping the biodiversity assets from terrestrials and marines sustainably to support the community livelihoods and a broad sense to provide service the betterment of society. Finally, I hope the international workshops of the Indonesian Sea as Global Climate Engine, Climate Change and Coastal Resilience, managed by CMA Beatrop, congratulations Pak Zulham, will a place for sharing and discussion to increase public knowledge and understanding of the Indonesian Sea as a driver of the global climate change impact and adaptation actions, as well as to increase the interaction between government, universities, practitioners, and development partners to manage coastal disaster toward coastal resilience. With 27 invited speakers and panelists, this workshop can be a vehicle or media in transferring and sharing knowledge to encourage the needs to direct visible policies and actions to improve coastal resilience around the globe. With that, I end my remarks and thank you very much. Congratulations and my warmest welcome to all of you. Have a good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Discussion on key findings and way forward strategies that will be facilitated by the moderator, Professor Arif Daryan, National of IPB University. But before that, have a refreshment that is served at the foyer. Kindly be reminded that the next session will be started at 10:30 a.m. Jakarta time. Please return to the room on time. Thank you.
Breaking of the food chains, floods, and long droughts. Within our journey of more than 50 years, Simeo Biotrop is committed to consistently and continuously maintain its contribution and supports in sustainably managing and conserving the biodiversity and environment in Southeast Asia. We have great dreams, strong hopes, knowledge and capabilities to fulfill our vision. We have prominent extraordinary expertise to be the legacy for the future generation. Regional Center for Tropical Biology is one of 26 regional centers under the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEMIA, located in Bogor, West Java, Indonesia. Simeo Biotrop, that was established on the 6th of February 1968, aims to promote regional cooperation to address tropical biology issues in the Southeast Asia. The governing board is the highest body in the center's organizational structure. The rector of IPB University has a privilege to serve as Simeo Biotrop governing board member from Indonesia. Tropical biology issues develop dynamically through three main mandates, namely research, trainings, and information dissemination. Simeo Biotrop conducts its programs and activities to contribute significantly in addressing those issues. Program on School Fruit Garden for Education, Production, Genetic Conservation and Entrepreneurship in Agriculture Vocational Senior High Schools in Indonesia, SMARTME, and Program of Simeo Biotrop to support the vocational schools revitalization. Simeo Biotrop is supported by prominent experts in implementing its programs and activities. Products as the outputs of Simeo Biotrop's program implementation. Simeo Biotrops its international networks, linkages, and various beneficiaries. Simeo Biotrops is equipped with quality facilities in conducting its activities. We place our hearts for Simeo Biotrop.
we noticed that over 300 participants we apologized about the problems. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. We noticed that over 30 participants joining the workshop virtually and over 50 participants in this room. We're glad to know that. As we informed earlier, after the break, we will have a session featuring 5 speakers. Our moderator, Associate Professor Arif Daryanto, is currently the Dean of Vocational School of IPB University. He obtained his PhD at the School of the Economic Studies, University of New England, Australia. He is also a prominent researcher with the reputable publication since 2019. Therefore, without further ado, may we invite the moderator this session's Associate Professor Arif Daryanto to lead the presentation, sessions, and discussion.
Tes 1, 2, 3. Is my voice clear? Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi, good morning, good afternoon or evening, depending on where you are now in your local times. First of all, let me express my appreciation to Siamio Biotrup for organizing this very important workshop on international workshop on climate change, Indonesia Sea as Global Climate Engine, climate change and coastal resilience. This session is very special for Indonesian context, so that's why we do have 5 distinguished speakers today. We do have Dr. Nani Hendriarti, Deputy for Environmental and Forestry Management Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. We do have also Dr. Arifin Rudianto, Deputy for Maritime Affairs and Natural Resources, Ministry of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. We do have Dr. Laksmi Dewanti, Director General Climate Change Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, and also Dr. Febrio Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. I heard that from the committee that Pak Rudi Arifin Rudianto is already on the screen. Pak Arifin, selamat siang. Halo, Pak Arifin Rudianto.
Okay. Hello, moderator.
To present your ideas on development planning on climate change and coastal resilience. Please, we allow you to give a presentation for 10 minutes. Thank you. Silakan Pak Arifin Rudianto.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellency, honorable speakers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting from Jakarta, Indonesia. First of all, I hope that all of you and your family are in good health. Allow me to express my pleasure to be part of this virtual meeting amid a challenging situation that we are still facing today. I want to express my appreciation and gratitude to all participants joining the International Workshop on Climate Change and Coastal Resilience, and especially for Siamio Biotrup for their great enthusiasm and cooperation to make this event a success. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of climate change are already being felt in Indonesia today. Rising temperatures, changing pattern of rainfall events, extreme weather, including the impact of increasing the frequency and intensity of hydrometeorological disasters. Indonesia has also the potential to disrupt people's livelihood due to climate change. Next. The Indonesian climate projection shows that the temperature increase will reach 1.5 degrees Celsius in 2100. And there will be a change in rainfall patterns. And based on the marine climate projection study, the rate of sea level rise varies from 0.8 centimeter per year to more than 1.2 centimeter per year. Another study conducted by the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, shows that economic losses from the impact of climate change can reach 244.5 trillion rupiah for the period of 2020 to 2024, from damage to settlements due to coastal inundation in 18,000 kilometers of highly vulnerable coastline. Among 34 Indonesian provinces, 3 provinces located in coastal areas that have the highest economic losses due to climate change hazard are Central Java, DKI Jakarta, and South Sulawesi. Ladies and gentlemen, next. Indonesia has 3 environmental issues in our current midterm national development plan for the period 2020-2024. First, increasing environmental quality index. Second, enhancing disaster and climate resilience. And third, low carbon development. For overview, low carbon development has 5 main strategies with aim to achieve high economic growth while reducing emission up to 27.3% in 2024. Meanwhile, climate resilience consists of 4 priority sectors to minimize greater impact and losses due to climate change. As I have mentioned earlier, this strategy aims to enhance the resilience of vulnerable societies and reduce potential economic losses from 444.9 trillion rupiah to around 262 trillion rupiah. Respectful ladies and gentlemen, climate resilient development policy and low carbon development are interrelated to support national macro indicator targets, both on economic and poverty issues. Success in effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission can reduce the magnitude of potential climate hazard, thus indirectly supporting the achievement of reducing potential gross domestic product losses in climate-affected sectors. Meanwhile, success in effort to increase national climate resilience can maintain economic growth target and strengthen community capacity, which has implication for reducing poverty levels. Next, climate resilient development is a composite between the climate change adaptation effort and the increased resilience of the nation, where efforts are conducted for strengthening the development system to withstand shock or negative impact due to climate hazard in social, economic, and ecological aspect. Next. The climate resilient development policy is a transformation of the National Action Plan for Adaptasi Perubahan Iklim, National Action Plan for Climate Resilient Adaptation, with 3 improvements. First, climate resilient development is developed based on the result of a more complete and comprehensive scientific study. Second, the establishment of climate resilient indicators, reduction of potential economic losses due to climate in percent of GDP. Third, the monitoring and evaluation mechanism is regulated based on government regulation related to national development planning. And climate resilient development policy launched by Minister National Development Planning, head of Bappenas on the 1st April of this year. This policy does not only support development achievement in the midterm development planning, but also in line with the sustainable development goals and fulfill Indonesia's commitment to the ratification of the Paris Agreement and the Sendai framework regarding disaster management. It is expected to be a reference for the government and other stakeholders to support the implementation, such as in planning climate resilient program and activities, and also as a guide in the distribution of authority for ministries and institutions to avoid duplication of climate resilient effort in priority sector. Also as a reference for the implementation of the monitoring and evaluation function in assessing climate resilient achievement to the target. And last, as a guide for making climate resilient activities in the planning, budgeting, and performance information system. Next. For the coastal subsector, there are 34% of districts and cities in Indonesia that need to be prioritized in reducing climate change risk within the climate resilient development. In addition to sea level rise, several locations are also threatened with land subsidence caused by natural movement of the soil or over-exploitation of groundwater. Based on the study, the average land subsidence in Java Island reaches 1 until 15 centimeter per year and potentially increase inundation up to 5 to 200 centimeter. The strategy developed for the coastal is protecting the vulnerability of coastal areas from the threat of sea level rise. Respectful ladies and gentlemen, next, in the National Development Planning System, the implementation of low carbon development and climate resilient development policy become a reference for the preparation of the government annual work plan. The next midterm development planning and the next long-term development planning for 2025-2045 in accordance with the final period of scientific study of climate projection and potential hazard use. Next. The implementation of low carbon and climate resilient development policy contributes from the village to the global level. The impact of climate change are very local specific. So efforts to address climate change must be able to reduce vulnerability and increase adaptive capacity. On the other hand, efforts to address climate change contribute to the achievement of global targets, including the SDGs, the Sendai framework, and the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are optimistic that strategy and implementation of low carbon development and climate resilience can be the right step to address climate change issues in Indonesia, which not only covers environmental aspect, but also encourage economic growth and social welfare for the community. Finally, I wish you a productive discussion, and I would like to invite all of you to take momentum of this shared learning opportunity as a provision for future collective action toward climate action. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Arifin Prudianto, for very interesting topic and your closing remark. Think globally, then locally, implementation NCRT and also LCD. Okay, for the second speakers, I would like to invite Dr. Nani Hendiarti, Deputy for Environmental and Forestry Management Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Her presentation entitled Development Strategy on Coastal Management in Combating Climate Change Impact. The floor is yours, Ibu Dr. Nani Hendiarti, 10 minutes time presentation, please. Selamat siang, Bu Nani.
Thank you.
Okay, please.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. I think good afternoon for everyone here. So I would like to share some slide for the presentation. So I think in this good opportunity, I would like to give some what to call it, what we are planning to and design for the how to make the development of the strategy on the coastal management, yeah, in the combating climate change impact. So I think Pak Rudy has mentioned, Pak Deputy Rudy has mentioned for the background. Yeah, I think we know very well that the climate change due to the global warming has a very broad impact, yeah, and especially in the people life. So then also if we see here, in fact, then the impact of the climate change, it becoming more and more that we can see, especially in the coastal area. So would like to see here that to show here that the Indonesian coast is most affected by the climate change. Why? Because as also mentioned by the Professor Emil Salim, that the Indonesia as an archipelagic country that have a long coast line, and also the many people who are living in the coastal area that becoming the region that have high risk because of this climate change. First, because of the ecosystem in the coastal area that they are directly impacted by the climate change. And also because of this, that can give also the result in erosion and also coastal degradations. And it will give the impact to the value of the biodiversity. So in the field, we see, I think sea level rise is also accelerate the tidal flooding, and in some area, such like in the North Java, in the big cities, in we call it Pantura, yeah, they have even higher impact because they got also impact from the land subsidence. I think so. They have with the sea level rise impact and also land subsidence. And this, if we see in some cities, they can show that the coastal infrastructure is also has been impacted by this, and also of course, and then impacted to the economy of the people there. And if we see in the coastal area, beside the climate change, we also have another difficult situations in the context of the marine debris, especially plastic. I think we have been working on this, how we handling the marine plastic debris since 2018, but we still have many homework for this issue. And we can see, I think the the solution is also is involving by the people. I think the people such like we have several 5 strategy, yeah, in the context of the marine debris, how to change the people behavior, and also how to reduce the marine plastic debris from the activity from the ocean, and also from the terrestrial. And other 2 strategies is related with the how we can give also the increase the what we call it law enforcement, also financing, but also important to have attention in R&D or research and development. I think all the 5 strategies will be the solution how to handle the marine plastic debris. And if we see this, how then the impact of the climate change and also the degradation of the environment will give direct impact to the coastal natural resources and human resources is like this flow. So I think we see here actually the all 2 situations will influence the activities and also distribution of the coastal community, but also especially for the climate change, they will also give the impact to the loss of the social economy and cultural community, as well as to the national sovereignty. And this will need resilience to increase the resilience, or also community empowerment to make such like contribution to the national resilience. So next, I think this is how we can see the data and the fact how is important the coastal resilience. Yeah. And also I would like to show here how we can then increase the resilience in the coastal area. So because I think if we see this mangrove is one of the option or solution for this situation, because we see the almost the all coastal area they can grow mangrove. So then we can put this as one solution to increase the resilience in the coastal area. But this is also, I think, important because there are 2 situations that the first commitment on the climate change, our governments, especially our presidents, give a strong commitment for the climate change, and also the president gives such like encouraging also the other country to show more actions. So just like Indonesia saw, and because we have 5 priority sectors in the climate change mitigations, and we can see for instance from the forestry, we have a good result, yeah, from the big effort in the last year. And this is what we called by our president, lead by example. So but in the other side, we can see, I think we still need to encourage the Indonesian people to believe what happened with the climate change and what is the impact of climate change to Indonesia, especially we are as an archipelagic country, and also what we can then contribute to reduce the impact through both mitigation action and adaptation actions. So I think this is one of the example that I mentioned before, the coastal resilience in the North Java. They got the two pressures, yeah, inland subsidence and also the other sea level rise. And then we need to work all as an integrated actions. Such we can see here some ministries contributing on different aspects to reduce the impact of the land subsidence phenomena and also the sea level rise. And what we are doing is basically is for increasing the or helping the coastal community, coastal resilience in terms of for the people. And for this, we also need, beside this effort, also we need to increase the economy, what we call it, economy. It means how to make the coastal community get a better better life. Yeah, better life means not only with how they get the work or the job, but also how they can live with the better environment. So this is one of example, and also the other things that I have been mentioned before with this mangrove ecosystem depreciation. We need to do the prevention, and we have a big program on this mangrove rehabilitation under the presidential degree BRGM, yeah, 120 in the year 2020. So we have target 600,000 hectare for the rehabilitation program until 2025. And then if we see here, what is the key, we beside the rehabilitation itself, we need also to do or to work on the conservation. And also we have in put as a priority program is, we call it national economy recovery here. And the mangrove, we saw that this is very potential program where the corporate social responsibility is also can be involved directly, and then with the community, with the coastal community, to improve the mangrove ecosystem. And this is what I have been mentioned before. We have I think target, yeah. We have what to call it, the result, yeah, from how, because we have a target to reduce 70% until 2025, and then until last year we got the result about 50.6% reductions, yeah, from the all data or all activities among the 16 ministry. So we still have another 50% until within 4 years. So with the I think with the acceleration program, hopefully next year will be normal year, then we can have more activities, yeah, in the field, because this is related with the community empowerment as well. So what we are proposing for the strategic in how to increase the coastal resilience. So we propose with this approach. So we propose to start with how to increase the capacity, yeah, the maritime community, and also the coastal district and then cities. And how then we need to work through the partnership, pentahelix partnership, and also we work with the international strategic partner. And because of this, we are talking about the climate change impact, then we need to improve also our climate change diplomacy to get more benefit for Indonesian coastal community. So first, I think how we create the prosperity society. Then we have, I think, circular economy here. Basically, how to change or how to convert the waste into the economic value. So we work based on the community. So, and this already, I think, developed, yeah, it's also working with line ministries, how we improve, and then if we can do this until 2030, we can have creating the, the about 4.4 million green jobs. That also many women involved in this program. And the next, I think, how we build the or increase the resilience, yeah, in the district and city. There are I think about 6 strategy, yeah, how we can make this program into the, the program. So you can see here from the development, from the, I think, resources, and also the business, and also the disaster preparedness, I think, is very important, and also environment infrastructure. So basically, the resilience of coastal in coastal and district area, we need to have the program and funding to make it the sustainable management, yeah, between the coastal district and city with the sustainable coastal environment and resources. I think this is how we can improve that. And also the partnership, I think we know for the program for the coastal areas, such like for mangrove, also for the waste management, we need to have this kind of the pentahelix partnership. So then we need to build the optimal synergy and collaboration, and also improve community skill and create the new innovative job. I think this is the main message. So we encourage social innovation and green investment based on science and technology. So R&D is also very important, how to accelerate the program. And
Deputi,
yeah.
waktunya.
Yeah, sudah ya. So I think this is the last, yeah. I think how we strengthen the climate change diplomacy, and then how we can see how is important the coastal resilience. I think we can see then, I think this is my recommendation as a conclusion. We need to include, I think the main message, include the community in this program wider, yeah, in all steps. And also we need to see how to connect with this all the regulation and the roadmap that we have here, such like NDC and also RPJMN, yeah. And also the local government is the key also, I think, to how to make the program is implementable. So this is, and it's very important how also to make it the program can be sustainable, and how we making the partnership among the stakeholders. I think this is the important message from our side presentation. So thank you.
Okay, terima kasih. And DRT for your comprehensive presentation. Is my voice clear, Pak Ferdinand? It's okay, thank you. The third speaker is Mr. Paradika Galisatria. He is policy analyst from Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, with the presentation entitled Financial Support on Climate Change and Coastal Resilience. Selamat pagi, Pak Paradika.
Selamat pagi, Pak. Suara saya terdengar?
Ya, udah.
Terdengar, Mas.
Okay, your presentation slide is so very clear.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Distinguished speakers, Bapak Rahmin Dahuri, Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, Bapak Arifin Rudianto, and Bu Hindiarti. Good day to you all, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the webinar. In this good opportunity, I will share the perspective from the Ministry of Finance regarding the financial support on climate change and coastal resilience. First and foremost, the government of Indonesia has very serious commitment towards the climate change agenda. We already ratified the Paris Agreement and submit the national determined contribution. And as the previous speakers already explained, that Indonesia, as an archipelago country, is quite vulnerable to climate change effect, and we need to join the global effort to alleviate the negative impact of climate change. We already submit the target for the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission by 29% of our own efforts and 41% with international support by 2030. And of course, this target also have several implications, especially the financing needs to achieve these targets. From the second biennial update, we need around 3,400 trillion rupiah to achieve this target. This target is this finance increase by the roadmap NDC. It is around 3,700 trillion rupiah. And in addition to the financing needs, we are also facing the situation with the COVID-19 pandemics. The COVID-19 pandemics has reduced the global CO2 emission, but along with economic recovery and normalization of mobility, CO2 emission will rise again. This pattern of rising emission is in line with the pattern of post-crisis economic growth. So the countries all around the world are need to build back better by prioritizing green recovery. This including Indonesia. If Indonesia cannot anticipate the correlation between economic recovery and rising emission, it will be more difficult to us to achieve the target of NDC, the low carbon development program at the net zero emission. A fiscal policy that is sensitive to mitigation, adaptation action, as well as green financing alternatives is needed. In the Ministry of Finance, we try to utilize various sources of funding to support the climate finance agenda, public, private, domestic, and international. One of the tagline that we always promote to this green recovery and sustainable development is a just and affordable transition. Of course, we're facing many challenges, such as limited fiscal space, and then we need to optimize mobilization of alternative funds, and then we also need to ensure the transition to green economy is just and affordable. And then we also need to strengthen the viability of green projects so they can be financed by financial sector and receive international support. Last and not least, it is necessary to strengthen greening the finance in order to support the sustainable development agenda. This is the state budget support in climate change agenda. We have various channels such as tax and access facilities. It is focusing on the development of renewable energy and clean technology. And then we have the climate budget tagging system. This is to track the ministry and agency spending related to climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. And then we also have the transfer to regions and village funds, or in Indonesia, we call it transfer ke daerah and dana desa (TKDD). It could use to support the climate change adaptation action, and of course, we need innovative financing because we could not rely on state budget alone. So we already issued green bond and sukuk to support green projects, and we also prepare to issue SDGs bond. This is state expenditure for climate change. This is based on the climate budget taking that we done in BKF. So between 2018 to 2020, the average climate change budget allocation is around 102.65 trillion per year. It is divided into two categories for mitigation and adaptation. The majority of the budget allocation, around 88%, is used for finance green infrastructure, and around 12% is used to finance supporting activities such as regulation and policies, R&D, capacity building, and community empowerment. There is a downward trend towards the expenditure for climate change. Of course, in 2020, we have many refocusing and reallocation of the budget to support the pandemic handling. We hope that for the next years, with the economic recovery and the normalization, the commitment towards the climate change expenditure will be renewed and strengthened. And speaking for coastal and marine sectors, the allocation for these sectors is around 0.2% of the state budget. It is centered on 3 ministries and agencies at the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and Indonesian Institute of Science, or LIPI. Indirect activities such as research and development still dominate the allocation of the budget. On the other hand, Indonesia held such a huge potential for blue carbon economy. It could provide employment, raise income for local economies, improve water quality, support healthy fisheries, and provide coastal protection. We have huge areas of mangrove and seagrass beds that can store up to 70% of the world blue carbon reserve. But of course, we still facing challenge as the damage to the ecosystem, mangrove deforestation. This is already explained by Bunani. We need to strengthening the national strategies, the coordination between stakeholders. And of course, speaking of the funding, to achieve blue sector annual contribution to GDP, as the Indonesian Vision 2045, it's targeted to contribute around 12.5% to GDP. We need an annual investment around 1,900 to 3,300 trillion. This is another effort from the Ministry of Finance to finance the green projects. We already issued a global green sukuk, the green sukuk retail, and this year we already issued a global green sukuk around $750 million, and we plan to issue another SDGs bond to support various SDGs target. Why we issued this SDGs bond? Because it has a wider because it has a wider target. So it could be focusing on green and blue sectors and also social. As a developing countries, Indonesia need to focus not only for the environment issues, but also for the social, such as basic service, health and education, and basic infrastructure. This is another effort to seek alternate source of financing. Oh, okay. There are public service agencies such as BPDLH and SDG Indonesia 1 under PTSME, and also international effort from Green Climate Fund. In conclusion, the government of Indonesia takes serious consideration towards the environmental and climate change issues. It is needed to have structural reforms and fiscal reforms to strengthen national climate change control efforts and mobilize climate change financing. The government of Indonesia already launched various fiscal initiatives to tackle the environmental and climate change issues, but it is not enough. We need support from different stakeholders and various financing schemes. The coastal and marine sector hold great potential, but also requires substantial investment, financing, and requires effective financing source. That's all of my presentation. Thank you very much. I hope you have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Terima kasih Mas Farida from comprehensive presentation and also active. Now I would like to invite Dr. Laksmi Dewanti, the General Director of the MOEF.
Ya,
Please,
Bu Laksmi,
Dewanti for 10 minutes presentation.
Silakan.
Selamat siang.
Thank you for giving me the floor.
Okay, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
May the peace, mercy, and blessing of God upon you. It is my very honor to be here to contribute to the discussions in the International Workshop on Indonesia Sea as a Global Climate Engine. So I believe this international workshop is timely as we are in the preparations for the Conference of the Parties 26 of the UNFCCC. Let me now share my screen to discuss and to share my thought on the themes that given to me. Today, I'm going to share with you some information and discussions, the relations or the link between issue of coastal resilience and oceans with our nationally determined contribution. So as we all know that Indonesia indeed are very committed to the climate change as one of the challenges that we are facing in the context of environmental management and protections. Indonesia has been committed and continuously implement its commitment through policies and programs. The main issues or the main reasons why Indonesia do so is because we do have our national interests in the context of climate change. As we all aware that Indonesia is one of the very vulnerable country in terms of the climate change risk. So we do have numbers of climate vulnerability in Indonesia, from geographical and climatological conditions, not mentioning the increase of case of hydrometeorological disasters, especially the last decade. And there's also a need to improve climate resilience in Indonesia. For Indonesia, implementing the climate change related actions and policies, or currently we are implementing the Paris Agreement, it's not only a matter of implementing the global commitment, but indeed it is part of the implementations of the mandate of the constitutions of the Undang-Undang Dasar 1945. So to be able to fulfill the mandates, Indonesia has been prepared some significant steps towards the climate change in Indonesia. To make it short, this is the journey of Indonesia in fulfillment its commitment to the global climate change actions. Actually, we have been started our commitment since the beginning of the climate change agenda back in 1992. And the agenda at the global has been strengthened through the Protocol Kyoto, then through Paris Agreement. Indonesia has been signed and ratified the Paris Agreement since the beginning of the Paris Agreement itself. In 2015, President Jokowi addressed the Conference of the Party in Paris and expresses that Indonesia will committed to the global climate change action. Ministers of Environment and Forestry has signed the document in 2016, and following the signing, Indonesia ratified the Paris Agreement through the Act number 16 of 2016. In the same year, in the 2016, we submitted our first nationally determined contributions. The commitment that include our target and our commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as to strengthen the climate resilience. To ensure the implementations of NDC, the government of Indonesia, through its national focal point of UNFCCC, Ministry of Environment, prepare and launch two important documents, namely Roadmap NDC Mitigation and Roadmap NDC Adaptations. So these two roadmaps will be a basis for all implementations of policies and programs in dealing with mitigation and adaptations of climate change in Indonesia. Only this July 2021, Indonesia has updated its NDC and submit two other important documents, namely updated nationally determined contributions and the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050. I will talk about these two documents in my next slides. Before discussing the two mentioned documents, the updated NDC and the long-term strategy, I would like to underline the importance of role of ocean and integrated terrestrial and marine ecosystem management and conservation. For Indonesia, both terrestrial and oceans are equally important, as well as from the view of the climate change mitigation and adaptations. Unlike other countries' NDC, Indonesia put adaptation equally important than mitigations in both contexts, ocean and integrated terrestrial. Although the way or strategy in addressing both ecosystem will be slightly different, and we're gonna to have a different strategy in dealing with mitigations and adaptation in terrestrial as well as in the ocean and coastal or marine ecosystems. This is our updated nationally determined contributions. So as a document contain our commitment, the national commitment, the document have set two separate and two set of target for mitigations, which is the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and the adaptations, ensuring the resilience or strengthening our resilience. The mitigation has been discussed more broadly. People are talking about how to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So under the updated NDC, Indonesia still continue its commitment to reduce 29% based on the business issue or compared to business issue in 2030 with our own resource, and if there's a presence of international support, then the target will be increased up to 41%. As for adaptations, we have three targets on economic resilience, on social and livelihood resilience, and for ecosystems and landscape resilience.
Mohon maaf, Bu Laksmi,
Some first
3
target
menit
is
lagi
very
ya.
important for Indonesia. NDC Indonesia as to compare with the first NDC Indonesia, which has been submitted to the UNFCCC back in 2016. There are 5 important points, and within these points, you will see that Indonesia has inserted ocean into the elements of the adaptations. The first point, although Indonesia does not change the target figure for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but the strategy will more emphasize in taking more ambitious and utilize all opportunities to achieve the 41 target by 2030 with the presence of international support. So this is the stronger commitment and effort that Indonesia will not only happy with the unconditional target, but we will try our best to achieve the conditional target. The second important point is the updated Indonesia document has been submitted as a one package with the long-term strategy and low carbon climate resilience 2050, indicating increasing ambitions towards the LTS LCCR. One of the important features under this strategy is that Indonesia declared to have the net sink volume by 2030, meaning that by 2030, in the forest and land use sector, Indonesia will achieve a net sink conditions by 2030. The third point is increase implementations ambitions, achieve the set target. So I thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, the General Director of Climate Change Control of the MOEF. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Professor Rohmin Dahuri, Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries period 2001-2004, and he is also the professor from Faculty of Fisheries and also Maritime Studies. Silakan Pak Rohmin.
Prof. Rohmin, please.
Prof. Rohmin, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Arif Daryanto. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace and blessing be upon all of us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Julhamzah Imran, the Director of Simeo Biotrop, for inviting me in very, very important international workshop on climate change. I do very, very happy to share with you regarding my knowledge on sustainable biodiversity development. Let me directly share my screen, Professor Arif.
Yes, please.
Silakan, Prof. Rohmin.
Right, so Dr. Julham asked me to share my knowledge, passion, and expertise on how academic point of view on the governance of biodiversity. Let me begin with reminding all of us about the function and benefits of biodiversity for human well-being. So first of all, I think we already understand that biodiversity support almost everything in nature, that we human beings need to survive, including food, clean water, medicine, textile, construction material, bioactive compounds for a myriad of industries, and life supporting system, or we call it environmental services. According to WWF Living Planet Index 2018, that the total economic value of global biodiversity is about 125 trillion US dollar per year. That's about 1.5 times the world gross domestic product in 2018. So I think we all already know that what we mean by biodiversity include three levels. Number one is genetic diversity. Number two is species diversity. And last but not least is ecological or ecosystem biodiversity. And talking about biodiversity, as you can see from this diagram, consists of three levels: genetic level, species level, and ecosystem. And the use for human being categorized into two groups. Number one is for the sake of conservation, and the second group is for the sake of sustainable utilization for the utmost benefit of human welfare and human life. And talking about sustainable utilization, basically consists of seven, what they call economic activities. Number one is for animal husbandry. Number two, through aquaculture, including upstream and downstream industry. Number three is to capture fisheries or fishing, including upstream and downstream industries. Number four is through biotechnology industry and related technologies. Number five is through forestry and upstream as well as downstream industry. Number six is agriculture, again including upstream and downstream industries, and tourism. And last but not least is the function of biodiversity for life supporting system, or environmental services for the survival of human being. And talking about biotechnology industry actually can cover three broad areas of industry. Number one is bioprospecting and extraction of bioactive compounds from organisms as raw material for various industries. And then number two is genetic engineering through DNA sequencing and DNA recombinance. And last but not least is bioremediation. And I would like also to share with you about the threats to the sustainable, what they call function of biodiversity. I think as we, what we call flashback, actually the effort or global effort to conserve or to sustain biodiversity dates back in 1982, when there is first conservation, what we call global conservation conference in Bali. So from 82 until 2021, it's already 40 years, about 40 years. And yet the what they call damage on biodiversity not declining but increasing. So must be something wrong with the way we approach or we handle, the degradation of biodiversity. And if we are talking about threats or problems, I think we can categorize into two groups. Number one is the phenomena or the symptoms of the problem. Number two is the root causes of the symptoms. The main reason to me why effort to sustain biodiversity has so far not been successful is that because most policies, programs, and action have mostly addressed the symptom of problem or supply side, like marine protected areas, Ibu Laksmi, and so forth and so on, not their root causes, which is demand side or human side. So I would like to share this very crucial point of view from academic or scientist point of view. So this is the four groups of what we call the symptoms to me, like land and sea use change or the conversion of natural ecosystem, be it tropical rainforest, coastal mangrove, or ocean ecosystem, coastal ecosystem into man-made ecosystem like agricultural land, harbor, ports, okay, industrial estate, tambak estate, and so forth and so forth. Number 2 is pollution, yeah. Number 3 is species over-exploitation, including overfishing, deforestation, and so forth, climate change, and invasive species and disease. Yeah. So this is the root cause to me. There are 5 major root cause. Number 1 is the combination between the greed, consumptive, throwaway, and a hedonic lifestyle or behavior, and increasing world population resulted in ever-increasing human demand for natural resources and environmental services, particularly on biodiversity. In the meantime, the carrying capacity of natural ecosystem and renewable capacity of biodiversity are limited. So this situation, I think the crux or the root cause of massive conversion of natural ecosystem into agricultural lands and other land uses, deforestation, overfishing, pollution, and global warming. So all these environmental degradation have eroded biodiversity and brought about extinction of many species. In Indonesia, ikan terubuk already extinct, okay, trochus already extinct, semadar already extinct, and so forth and so forth. I think in terrestrial species also there are a couple of species that have already been extinct. Number 2, unemployment and poverty without alternative livelihoods have forced many poor or needy people to exploit natural resources and environmental services with environmentally destructive practices or technologies. Number 3 is lack of awareness of government leaders and officials, parliament member, CEOs of private companies, the public regarding the crucial and strategic role of biodiversity for sustainable economic development and human life. The 4th root causes are market failures, including cost-benefit analysis in assessing the feasibility of development project or program does not include environmental damage in the cost stream. Number 2, the economic value of natural ecosystem in most development program includes only their direct use values, while in fact the ecosystem has not only direct values but indirect use values. Okay, and last but not least, the GDP calculation does not account environmental degradation. Consequently, natural ecosystem and biodiversity are easily converted into man-made ecosystems. So this is to give you example. So most of the cost-benefit analysis, Professor Daryanto, only include direct value of any natural ecosystem. So that's why natural ecosystem like mangroves or coral reef ecosystem valued very cheap, yeah, in the conventional benefit cost analysis. So we have to change the benefit cost analysis, which include, you know, indirect use, option values, existent values, and bequest values of natural ecosystem. The last but not least of the root cause of biodiversity degradation is governance and institutional failure, including that the key performance indicator of head of state, president, governor, region, or bupati, and mayors, mostly more than 80% are related only to economic growth and prosperity. Only 20% are about biodiversity and environmental sustainability. So no wonder if most president in the world, governor, mayor in the world only concerned with economic growth and prosperity, less concern for environmental and biodiversity sustainability. And the third governance values is of course ego-sectoral, and last but not least is lack of integration and coordination. So this diagram just to show you or demonstrate to you that the root cause of any environmental degradation, including biodiversity loss, is human population growth and hedonistic human behavior. So this give you the example of negative impact of greed and hedonic capitalism on the world economy and environment. So number one is that from macroeconomic of view, indeed.
Prof. Rohmin, mohon maaf, 2 menit
Time
lagi ya.
limitation.
2 menit lagi ya.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So well, from macroeconomic point of view, conventional development paradigm or capitalism indeed has been very successful, producing 3.4 annual economic growth, and from the world GDP only 0.95 trillion US dollar in 1753 become 125 trillion in 2019. Capitalism is also great in what you call science technological development, yeah. But capitalisms already fail, yeah, because about 70% of world population, which is about 3 billion people, still live under poverty, and then about 1 billion people live under abject poverty. The other failure of what we call capitalism also about the access to the electricity and other sanitation, and what we call this is about the inequality of our world right now, where reflected in this what we call the ownership of wealth, yeah. And then the other information is in developed or rich country with population only 18% of the world population consume about 70% of the world energy, and the majority of which, energy used in the developed countries, 87% come from fossil fuels. So it is, Ibu Laksmi, ironical, yeah, or hypocrite for developed country giving preaching, yeah, to developing nation like us to stop development, yeah, to curb carbon emission, and at the same time they keep polluting or emitting, yeah, our atmosphere with huge CO2 or carbon emission. And this is all of the what we call negative impact of conventional development paradigm capitalisms on environment, as can be reflected in resource depletion, environmental pollution, and also global warming. So my proposal, Professor Ari, to make our world in better shape with respect to biodiversity, number one is I think we have to come to the global awareness that the intensity of development, yeah, in every what we call natural ecosystem or spatial development unit should not exceed the carrying capacity of those natural ecosystem. Okay. This is just to give you what we call overview that natural ecosystem and social system or human being actually connected by development activities, and development activities produce positive thing to human being like goods and services, but at the same time development activities also produce negative things like waste, habitat degradation, and biodiversity loss. So I have proposed in this presentation, Professor Arif and all the participants, guidelines from ecological perspective, yeah, like integrated spatial planning, the utilization rate of biodiversity should be not exceeding their renewable capacity, yeah, and then the guidelines for non-renewable resource exploitation, basically it should be done in very environmentally friendly manner, and we have to ensure that all people on the globe, especially in Indonesia, should be able to access the human basic need. And then because time limitation, you just read my presentation after the workshop, yeah, about the what they call guidelines on from ecological standpoint, and in economic guidelines, basically I think we have to move, yeah, from capitalism, what we call paradigm, to become maybe Pancasila, because Pancasila entails not only material or worldly what we call attributes, but also spiritual attribute. There is what we call important what we call control, I think, to to limit what we call human greed and human hedonisms. I think with this presentation, I would like to thank all the audience and participants for your patience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Rohmin. Thank you Pak Rohmin, Prof. Rohmin for very comprehensive topic on governance biodiversity on academic point of view. We have 15 minutes for question and answer. Please raise the hand or please please take note to our chat room. Pak Ferdinand, could you have what kind of question already in the chatting rooms? Or if not, please raise your hands to directly question to the presenter.
So for those who want to question, please just direct raise your hand.
Yeah, please. Oh, our director will ask to one of the presenters.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Arif Hadianto, and also to all supporters to convey the comprehensive material about climate national policy to the international policies. Yeah. So my question to, especially to Professor Rohmin Dahuri, due to your experiences, but the problem how to request integration among the ministry and institution in Indonesia, at least, yeah. Do you have any really hard strategic, yeah, to encourage the ministry and also the other institution to do together? Yeah, this is my question.
Shall I answer directly, Professor Arif? Hello.
Please, Pak Rohmin.
Well,
I'll give the response to the director question.
My experience, Dr. Zul, I think this is matter of what we call negotiation skills. How we can convince, other minister to join hand in hand, yet to fulfill, the NDC. In this case, the leading sector is Minister of Environment and Forestry, led by Minister Dr. Siti Nurbaya Bakar. So it is her responsibility to convince other minister, be it industry, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Marine and Fisheries Affairs, and also Minister of Finance, and also don't forget is to convince what we call lawmakers or parliament, because after all the budget right, law right is belong to DPR or parliament. Yeah. So, but in order to be able to convince other ministries and DPR or parliament member, the leading sector, or leading agencies, in this case, Minister of Environment and Forestry, should have, solid and, truthful concept with respect to the national interest. So my message is that all international negotiation, especially in global climate change commitment, for example, the reduction of carbon emission by about 26% by 2023, should not also jeopardize or sacrificing the national interest, because Indonesia, after all, is still lower middle income countries. We are facing a huge unemployment and what we call poverty rates. So please don't sacrifice the prosperity and economic growth aspect due to the pursuance of meeting what we call carbon reduction of carbon emission. So that kind of combination, good concept from national point of view, and the way we convince other ministries are important what we call ingredient for the success of any national policies.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rohmin. I see that Pak Munawir would like to ask. Yeah, from Pak Arif Wibowo, thank you for the response. Pak Romin, would you please respond to Pak Arif Wibowo question?
Yeah, this is a very what they call down to earth question. Yeah, yes, indeed, Pak Arif, we have several methodology and techniques to assess the renewable capacity of mangrove ecosystem. Yeah. But I can tell you in one semester maybe the till technology, but we do have what they call the methodology or technology to assess the renewable capacity of mangrove ecosystem. We have also the methodology or technique to assess the assimilative capacity of aquatic ecosystems, including coastal ecosystem like bay and so forth and so forth.
Thank you, Prof.
Well, thank you, Pak Rohmin. Pak Arif, okay?
Yes, thank you very much. We are looking for close discussion. Thank you.
We can copy darat, Pak Arif. We can meet.
Yes, anytime. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, so actually I would like also to ask to Dr. Arifin Rudianto, Arif and Arif Wibowo. Dr. Arifin Rudianto is my classmate in the university, so that's why I would like to ask a very easy question actually, Pak Rudi. You said that we do need to have comprehensive approach and also comprehensive works to have partnerships for all sectors to lift the eco sectors. So what is the most difficult part to conduct a very comprehensive approach from the point of view Bappenas? Thank you, Mas Rudi.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Arif Daryanto. I think in this case, we need to prepare three things. First is a regulatory framework, second, institutional framework, and then a financial framework. Regulatory framework means we have to have something as a basis for all activities from all land ministries.
Yeah.
And I think we have many regulatory framework like Paris Agreement and so on. Second is institutional framework. Who is doing what? It's very important.
Yeah.
And in this case, we have launching a low carbon development initiative in which this has become, like I have mentioned in our presentation, become a basis for activities from all land ministries and also from the private sectors, because we have a clear indicators, clear target, and also clear monitoring evaluation. And we use this framework as the basis to report the achievement, like the reducing greenhouse emission and so on. And then for the financial framework, we have discussed with all stakeholders. In this case, not only with the government institution, but also non-state actors, with the philanthropy, with the university, non-government organization, and so on. So we have a synergy between government activities and non-state actor activities. The most important is to make climate change as a movement. So everybody knows why climate change is very important issues, how to deal with climate change, and what the benefit to implement low carbon development to deal with climate change. That's the answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arifin Rudianto. So one of my gurus say in strategic planning, it is easier, or it is better to have a poor strategic planning but excellent execution rather than excellent strategic planning but poor implementation or execution. So I think that you say something like that. Okay, before closing, I would like to invite its speakers to say a short statement to this topic, really very interesting topic. First, I would like to invite Ibu Nani Hendiarti to close remarks of the session. Bu Nani? Ibu Nani? Okay, if Ibu Nani is not on the screen, ready on the screen, so I would like to ask Dr. Arifin Rudianto to give a short statement before closing this
Okay, thank you very much.
session actually. Yes.
We are optimistic that the strategy and implementation of low carbon development and climate resilience can be the right step to address climate change issues in Indonesia, which not only covers environmental aspect, but also encourage economic growth and social welfare for the community. So this policy is science-based policy, but community-based in implementation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rudy. And then Ibu Laksmi Dewanti now is in Korea. So I would like now to invite Dr. Paradika Galih Satria to give a closing statement.
Thank you. Just a short one. The cooperation and synergy all of the stakeholders is essential to achieve the targets.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we do need to have the region to play a very good orchestra groups, yeah, Pak.
Yes, and also all of the members.
And okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, I would like to invite Professor Rohmin Dauri to give a short closing statement.
Right. Well, more than 75% of the human needs actually supported by biodiversity. So we have to be very serious to protect and sustain biodiversity from many kinds of threats, especially global climate change. And in order to overcome the threats of biodiversity, I think we have to deal not only the phenomena or the symptom of the problems, but more importantly is to curb the root causes of the problems by regulating or what we call improving the human behavior from hedonistic, consumptive, and throwaway society become more environmentally friendly behavior. And the second one is we have to control human population, yeah, because if we control the rate of consumption of natural resources and rate of what we call greenhouse gas emission, but if the number of population keep increasing, and the what we call the total emission will still be higher. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Rohmin Dauri. Yes, I would like to give little notes and also summary for our discussion today. Would you please share in our screens? I think the presenters believe that we don't wish to follow the self-destructing path of development. So we do need to have sustainable development policy in our country. So that's why all presenter call upon government in Indonesia or to society, to business, to citizen, civil society organization, research center, think tank to continue developing a sustainable strategy to increase its adaptive and also resiliency capacity and to promote to low carbon economy or green economy or whatever the name, circular economy or sustainable development economy, and my neighbor side, the director say blue economy, which consists of three pillars: economic pillars, socio-economic, and also environmental. So we do need to have sustainable development approach, and we do need to shift paradigm of growth mania to become the balance, or what we call it, the sustainable development goods, which consists of three pillars, which I mentioned before. Then the business also need to commit to sustainable land use. The citizen, the civil society, and so on, the think tank also need to strengthen, to develop the partnerships. Every speaker said that we do need holistic, we do need to have comprehensive approach, not fragmented, not eco-sectoral. So that's why the role of the Bapenas or the Kemenko Marves is really very important to coordinate all the activities or the policy and program. Across the world, I think the government, business, and also consumers also beginning to change the way, the way to operate, the way to think, the way to make sure that our natural resource is sustainable. We draw from today are still there tomorrow for our children and also our grandchildren. So I think this requires a new way of thinking, new way of new ways of working together across the sectors. Let's remember that climate change and coastal resilience are the cornerstone of the blue economy or the sustainable development goals or circular economy. I think Pak Rudi always nurturing the concept and application of the circular economy or zero waste economy. And also Pak Rohmin and other speakers say to make the balance between the growth and equity, or what we call pro-growth, pro-job, and also pro-environment. The sustainable management we call, whatever the name, the forestry sustainable development, the land sustainable development, conservation and also restoration of coastal and also marine ecosystem are vital to support the continued provision of sustainable ecosystem service, because the director say in his press conference that ecosystem service are vital because ecosystem service provide carbon storage, oxygen generation, and also fossil and also income generation for the people. So I guess this is in line with sustainable development goal or in line with the zero waste economy, or what we call it a low carbon economy. So I guess this session is really very important and also very strategic. And once again, I would like to closing with a very well-known proverb, peribahasa. If you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. Walk fast mean Professor Rohmin say is paradigm of capitalism, paradigm of only oriented growth without what we call it equality of the people, the welfare of society. But work together means that if we want to achieve the sustainable goals of development, which consist of 3 pillars: sustainable development goals, economic, and also social and also environmental. So we do need work together. The directors and also the participants, thank you very much for the attention. And I would like to give token appreciation to all presenters. Thank you very much for your comprehensive and very attractive presentation. Bye-bye, selamat tinggal, ketemu lagi.
Terima kasih.
Sama.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
special occasion, Senior Biotech Director would like to present a token to our moderator, taken up from. May we invite Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran and Associate Professor Arif Daryanto to take place in front.
Thank you, sir. And the certificate of appreciation to our speakers and moderators will be presented virtually.
Mantap, mantap. Beda kan? Langsung di bisnis ya. Nanti itunya biar kita ketik ya. Ya, ya.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next session, we will have a break for lunch and midday prayer. Our next session will be the parallel sessions. Kindly be informed that we will start the parallel session at 1:30 p.m. The topics for parallel sessions are follows. Parallel session 1, implementation and participation, with the following topics and presenters. Climate Change Information Service for Coastal Areas by Dr. Insinyur Dodo Gunawan, DEA, Head of the Climate Change Information Center, Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics Agency. The Role of the Natural Environment in Adaptation by Dr. Chris McOwen, PhD, Lead Marine Scientist, UNEP WCMC. Vulnerability of Mangroves Ecosystem in Confronting Climate Change by Insinyur Sri Tantri Arundati, Master of Science, Director of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Indonesia. Efforts to develop the coastal area of Pekalongan in overcoming climate change disaster by Insinyur Anita Heru Kusumorini, Master of Science, Head of Bapeda Pekalongan City. Parallel Session 2, Impact Action, with the following topics and presenters. Early Warning for Disaster Risk Prevention by Insinyur Avril Rocha, MAMSE, Director of Early Warning, National Disaster Management Agency. Coastal Resilience, Climate Change, and Urbanizations by Professor Yang Van Lee, Xiamen University. Coastal Impact Assessment by Dr. Eng Nita Yuanita, STMT, Bandung Institute of Technology. Nanosatellites for Marine Coastal Monitoring by Mr. Juga Dharma Setiawan, BSc, MSc, PhD, Diponegoro University. A Coastal Communities Resilience, a case study on recovery on fisheries livelihood aftermath disaster by Dr. Zulham Shah Imran, Director of Simio Biotrop. Parallel Session 3, Solution, with the following topics and presenters. Coastal Risk and Adaptation Option, Dr. Muhammad Helmi, SSE, MSE. Diponegoro University. Coastal Governance by Dr. Ingwi Dodo S. Pranowo, Marine Research Center, Agency for Research and Human Resources Development, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia. Climate Extremes, Events and Coastal Flooding by Dr. Yanto, Jenderal Sudirman University. Contribution Actions of Non-State Actors in Coastal Sustainable Management by M. Taswin Munir, SPI MSc, Environmental Policy Advisor, Triple GI. The participants may select the breakout rooms that are available in the breakout menu. Thank you.
Halo, cek. Suara cek cek.
Cek, cek satu.
Cek, 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 Basela, cek. Bagus. Cek, 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 cek.
Cek, mic 2, tes. Cek 1, 2, 3 dicoba. 1, halo dicoba. Cek. Cek 1, 2, 3 dicoba. Cek, cek. Cek, cek sound tes 1, 2, 3 tes. Halo, halo. Harus.
Melihat tawamu, mendengar senandungmu, terlihat jelas di mataku warna-warna indahmu, menatap langkahmu, meratapi kisah hidupku. Terlihat jelas bahwa hatimu anugerah dan pernahku nikmati.
Hello, test suara, check. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we have opened the breakout session room. Please join the breakout session that you want to join to. You can select the breakout room through breakout rooms menu located in the bottom corner of your screen. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I see that some of you still haven't joined the parallel session. Please you can join the breakout rooms now by choosing the breakout rooms menu and then choosing the appropriate room that you wish to join. Parallel session 1 will be held in the room 1, parallel session 2 in the room 2, and then parallel session 3 in the room 3. Kindly join the breakout session now. Thank you.
strong hopes, knowledge and capabilities to fulfill our vision. We have prominent extraordinary expertise to be the legacy for the future generation. Regional Center for Tropical Biology is one of 26 regional centers under the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEMIA, located in Bogor, West Java, Indonesia. SEMIO Biotrop, that was established on the 6th of February 1968, aims to promote regional cooperation to address tropical biology issues in the Southeast Asia. Governing Board is the highest body in the center's organizational structure. The Rector of IPB University has a privilege to serve as SEMIO Biotrop Governing Board member from Indonesia. Tropical biology issues develop dynamically through three main mandates, namely research, trainings, and information dissemination. SEMIO Biotrop conducts its programs and activities to contribute significantly in addressing those issues. Program on School Fruit Garden for Education, Production, Genetic Conservation and Entrepreneurship in Agriculture Vocational Senior High Schools in Indonesia, SMARTME, and Program of SEMIO Biotrop to support the vocational schools revitalization. SEMIO Biotrop is supported by prominent experts in implementing its programs and activities. Products as the outputs of SEMIO Biotrop's program implementation. SEMIO Biotrops its international networks, linkages, and various beneficiaries. SEMIO Biotrops is equipped with quality facilities in conducting its activities. We place our hearts for SEMIO Biotrop.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parallel session concluded our program today. Now, the certificate of appreciation will be presented to our speakers and moderator virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been through the first day of the workshop. We believe that the presentation of all speakers today are interesting, and with that, it encouraged the participants to have a fruitful discussion. But we still have one more day of the workshop. Tomorrow, the agenda will be a talk show on finalization working paper on climate change and coastal resilience, and rest assured, the topic of the talk show will be as much as interesting with the program today. The talk show tomorrow will be started at 9 a.m. You are kindly invited to join the talk show with the link that is informed in the chat box. Finally, we would like to express our appreciation for your active participation today, and we are looking forward to seeing you again during the talk show tomorrow. Have a nice day, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Very much.
Enggak pindahin di dapur ya. Hah? Oke.